Chapter 1874. Fong Clan's Headquarters. Fong Dichong was lying on the bed. His expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed. It was Fong Yun. Fong Yun was Fong Dichang's adopted son. He was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed. "Father, you are heavily injured. You need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you? Please give the order." Fong Yun did not know that the father in front of him was someone else. It was a clone of Fong Yuan. In a sense, Fong Yuan could be considered as Fong Yun's father's murderer. Fong Yun was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fong Dichong coughed and waved his hand weakly. "Yun heir, no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come, sit here. Don't be reserved." Hearing this, Fong Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. "Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Xuanbu Jin actually lost his life." Saying this, Fong Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fong Yuan had once saved Fong Yun's life by pretending to be Xuanbu Jin. Fong Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Xuanbu Jin greatly. But this time, Fong Dichang's plan did not tell Fong Yun the truth. The people who killed Xuanbu Jin were only Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fong Yun. Xuanbu Jin interacted with Fong Yun often. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fong Yun knew the truth, with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fong Dichong was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fong Dichang's hands. Even if it was Fong Yuan. If he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fong Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fong Dichong did not make any mistake. He had already overestimated Xuanbu Jin. But when he found out Xuanbu Jin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fong Yuan. Actually, not just Fong Dichong. Even the wisdom path great expert of the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fong Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fong Yuan. They all thought that Fong Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fong Yuan had become rank 8 long ago. He even used Qi Si Ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path True Inheritance from Duke Long. And Fong Dichong only had rank 7 cultivation level. The Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fong Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace became Fong Yuan's helper. Fong Dichong originally treated Xuanbu Jin as a crocodile. He did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore, he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. "Yun heir, come. Give me your hand," Fong Dichong said. Fong Yun was confused, but he did not want to disobey his father's orders, so he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fong Dichong gave him all 3 immortal Gu. "Father, what are you doing?" Fong Yun was greatly shocked. "I intend to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you," Fong Dichong said. Fong Yun was dazed. "But father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before?" Fong Dichong nodded. "I allowed you to cultivate cloud path because your nature was carefree and lazy. It suited cloud path itself. But cloud path is only a small path. It cannot compare to wisdom path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Xuanbu Jin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me." "Father, don't say that it's unexpected," Fong Yun said. "Fate is unpredictable. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now. This is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fong clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fong clan." Fong Dichong said earnestly. Fong Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. "Father, You are right. In that case, I will change to wisdom path. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son. I know you are not suited for wisdom path. Cloud path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you first. You do not need to change to wisdom path. After all, you already have a foundation in cloud path. If you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this wisdom path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this wisdom path inheritance. Understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fang Yun smiled. Not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal. I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal goo first. Senior Swanbu Jin's distracting thought immortal goo is inside. Although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fang Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fang Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking. My body is Fang Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fang Dichang is not dead. Life tablet goo will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul. Together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow, the soul is extremely compatible with the body. There are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Gong had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fang Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fang Gong was bold and unrestrained. He was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Chan Yi. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu Immortal during the battle. Then, he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Chen Yi, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh, Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the Wisdom Path inheritance to Fang Yun? Fang Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu Immortals, the future star of Fang Clan. Fang Long had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yun. Usually, Fang Yun and Fang Lung were very close, and this time, he did not conceal the inheritance that Fang Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fang Lung was clearly more shrewd than Fang Yun. He reported this matter to Fang Gong that very night. Fang Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally, Fang Clan had always been fighting. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited. Who used them first and who used them later, who used them well and who used them poorly, this was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fang Clan's 2 largest factions were Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's factions. These 2 factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these 2 factions had always been competing, but because Fang Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huashang and Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fang Clan. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fang Clan's 2nd faction. The reason why Fang Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this Wisdom Path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the Wisdom Path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang Clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline and emphasized on kinship. Although Fong Yun was Fong Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fong Yun had been personally raised by Fong Dichang since he was young. Fong Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fong Dichang retires in the future, his position as second supreme elder would be taken over by Fong Yun according to convention. Fong clan had many Gu immortals, but this position would only belong to Fong Yun. Unless, in the future, Fong Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate Wisdom Path and was even more outstanding than Fong Yun. The Wisdom Path inheritance that Fong Dichang possessed belonged to Fong clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fong Yun cultivated Cloud Path and was not qualified to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fong Dichang's faction. Fong Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fong Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great-Grandmaster, Fong Gong's frown eased. A smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fong Lung understood. I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fong clansmen. Fong Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fong Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bu Jin to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Fong clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fong Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fong clan's first supreme elder had been in charge of Fong clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation and nurture the younger generation, he also had to lead Fong clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fong clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. Half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present, Fong Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, the 2 dragon generals, Gu Tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu Tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was created by Wu Shuai himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu Tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu Tribe's headquarters. Gu Tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai, smiling. Please? Wu Shuai waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. Wu Shuai used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green ant ascetics cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green ant ascetic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wu Shuai's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragonman race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green ant ascetic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7. It was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. They were all related to army ants. Other than this, Letter Immortal Gu was also the price to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was rank 8. It was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal Gu is alive, it needs to be fed in time. Otherwise it will starve to death. Wu Shuai used Letter Envelope Immortal Gu to wrap a thick layer of rock around Ant Hole Immortal Gu, turning it into an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, letter immortal goo had to stay in the rock. The goo masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit and place some goo worms inside, then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wu Shuai used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve ant cave immortal goo. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the ant hole goo was still well preserved. Of course, now that Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai opened the rock, ant hole immortal goo was extremely weak and hungry. Letter immortal goo was the same. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance and handed them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the immortal goo while returning with the goo immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked him. Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now. You are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragonman race. The current Goo tribe leader smiled. Lord Wu Shuai, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Goo immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule. Every time a new Goo tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of Fate Goo, we have always kept it in mind. Thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty. Goo tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wu Shuai to laugh heartily again. Wu Shuai immediately guaranteed, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years. It will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Fang Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragonman Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on, it will no longer be usable." Goo tribe's leader's eyes brightened. "This is great. Dragonmen will reign supreme. It is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request." Fang Yuan's clone had been in Goo tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Goo tribe had received great hospitality from them. They had even offered Wu Shuai's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Goo tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Fang Yuan's clone did not hesitate. He said, "Speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become Dragonmen." "Senior, what do you think?" Goo tribe's leader said expectantly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Back then, my close friend, your tribe leader Guliang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new Dragonman lifespan extension method, I can help you." Goo tribe's leader was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, Senior?" Goo tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed. With Eastern Sea's abundant resources, it was the #1 in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Goo tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Fang Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Goo tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragonman lifespan extension method in this immortal Goo house could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Goo tribe members in this batch. Most of them were rank 5 Goo masters. There were also 2 Goo immortals. Half of them were old men. Their lifespans were near the end. They did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan. So the Dragonman lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men. They were the current elites of Goo tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Fang Yuan's clones methods, the Dragonman lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Goo tribe members turned into new Dragonmen. The others, unfortunately, lost their lives. After all, the Dragonman lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Goo tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. "Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction." Fang Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Goo tribe's leader quickly consoled. "Senior, please restrain your grief." Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If Ant Nest Immortal Goo produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses. It also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Fang Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu tribe's leader Gu Liang knew this secret. Gu tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu tribe's leader was presenting gifts. It showed his sincerity and sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected. I helped your tribesmen to change their identities. It is my gratitude. There is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone did not accept it. It is not easy for your tribe to survive. You are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragonman tribe. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Fang Yuan. He will provide the immortal materials. Gu tribe's leader said, Senior, Fang Yuan is a great demon of the current era. Even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Fang Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fang Yuan's clone nodded. You are right, but Celestial Court is too powerful. Fang Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior. Even though my Gu tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has survived until now and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court. This is indeed good news. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a super force. It was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful. Gu tribe was an underwater beast man. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued. Other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Murong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Xinjiang Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Murong tribe. Wu Shuai thought, so it was you. Back then, Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Bai Sheng. Back then, Gu tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak. He had a simple appearance. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was facing the true appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had turned Gu tribe's clansmen into dragonmen. Their relationship had clearly deepened. Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years. Their connection with the outside world was not weak. It was very stable and reliable. Through Gu tribe, they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited. But this limited influence, through Fang Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert. He had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular. It had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fang Yuan slowly descended into Kray's demon cave while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were 2 Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion. A black beard fluttered in the wind. He wore loose sleeves. His eyes were bright like stars, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as not immortal. He cultivated rule path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His small eyes were shining brightly. He was secret schemer. he cultivated wisdom path. Now, Feng Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period, he had even captured a large group of southern border righteous path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Feng Yuan had borrowed Qi Si ancestor strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Feng Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Feng Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not Immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Gu Feng Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck. We have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Feng Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the Crazed Demon Agreement and become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chu Du. Thus, Not Immortal called Feng Yuan Brother Lu. As for the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Feng Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Peng Shan? Feng Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in closed cultivation now? Secret Schemer replied. Is that so? Feng Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Feng Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Feng Yuan to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Feng Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had been living in the Crazed Demon Cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the 3 monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Feng Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The 3 crazed demon freaks were afraid of Feng Yuan, so Peng Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his closed cultivation was just an excuse, in case Feng Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the 3 monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Feng Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the 3 crazed demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Feng Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Feng Yuan had signed the Crazed Demon Pact, he had already removed this pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Feng Yuan. They were on guard against Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Feng Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Feng Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Feng Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a Venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Feng Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some Venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a Venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sichuan, who was in Longevity Heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Fang Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sichuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Fang Yuan and conversed with him. Fang Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Fang Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds. Ferocious beasts were hidden. There was also Fog Capital. It was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Fang Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The 3 immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the 3rd last layer. Back then, Fang Yuan's final destination was here. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chudu and Fang Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of limitless demon Venerable. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer, even though they had never entered. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Fang Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps, he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps, he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Fang Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Fang Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Fang Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the 3 of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not a mortal and secret schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was not rejected by any Tao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Feng Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Feng Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Taoist Feng Yuan. Yes, yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not a mortal and secret schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Tao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Taoist Feng Yuan, let's split up for now. Not a mortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Tao marks there. And he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Tao marks. Feng Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Tao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Feng Yuan persisted for a while, like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with Not Immortal and Secret Schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning, there are many choices, but the deeper I go, the fewer choices I have. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with Tao marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Feng Yuan had chosen for them. Feng Yuan discreetly glanced at Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Feng Yuan at all times. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time, walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting Tao marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer glanced at each other from afar. Feng Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Feng Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If Not Immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding Tao marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not Immortal had already started to vomit blood, while Secret Schemer's face had a golden-purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Feng Yuan was still walking in front. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Feng Yuan is really a monster. Sigh. The other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One. To be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again, it is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret Schemer snorted coldly. Not Immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible? Secret Schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after, he muttered to himself, this possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet. Feng Yuan was indeed powerful. He was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8. I suspect that only Venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable one. Not a mortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Feng Yuan about the clues of those Venerable ones coming here? Yes. Secret Schemer nodded. When Feng Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret Schemer had seen Feng Yuan's strength and admitted that Feng Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Feng Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Feng Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Feng Yuan looked around but did not see any traces. Back then, Feng Yuan remembered that the Dao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Dao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Feng Yuan continued to walk. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Feng Yuan unknowingly surpassed Secret Schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret Schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Feng Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow, and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted. Your earlier deduction was correct. The demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic. We can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He shouted at Feng Yuan in front of him. The demonic sound is coming. Quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Feng Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. They were anxious like ants on a hot pan and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path. They could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the Dao marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of Dao marks. Once the immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger. He would be as weak as a baby. His death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything. Only Venerables might be able to contend against it. The 2 Crazed Demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. Quick, we are about to get out. Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. I can't take it anymore. Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth. Persevere. The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, His true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding. His face was pale and his eyes were turning black. He felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer. Only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread. The alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious not immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Feng Yuan? Before leaving, he took a risk and looked back. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Feng Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You. Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Feng Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method. There is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared. There is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future. Secret Schemer was speechless. He wanted to say, "Oh Feng Yuan, you are dead meat." But he didn't say it in the end. Finally, he left behind a sentence. Feng Yuan, we will definitely meet again. This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand, he was encouraging Feng Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up. There might be a chance of survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this, one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Feng Yuan and meet again after death. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This Secret Schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made Secret Schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high. He caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many righteous path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years. They had a common goal and even helped each other. They had already become each other's life fetters. Feng Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Feng Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly. Looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him, he clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Feng Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now, he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th Layer. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next, he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Feng Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. "No, he is still in the 7th layer now. However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance." Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while, he sighed. "Such is fate. To think that the great Feng Yuan would actually die here. Even if Feng Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Feng Yuan had much hope of survival, because not a mortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Feng Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart. Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal. Not immortal was also dazed. Even if I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, could all my feelings be correct? Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. Maybe this is just my feeling towards Feng Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh, maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat. Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Feng Yuan. Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Feng Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up. His body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the two of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Feng Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. Are these new Dao marks? Feng Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Feng Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now, the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Feng Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Feng Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Feng Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud, as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Feng Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream, flowing. Feng Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon, he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself. This brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand. It actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include Sword Dao and Blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength. It also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Feng Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed. Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground. No one will ever open it. Feng Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized, talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Fang Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy. It was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball. It was plump and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Fang Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers. Sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Fang Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance in that immortal goo house, Thieves' Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Fang Yuan had a thought. He had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the Dao marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the Dao marks. Fang Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Fang Dichang. Right now, Fang Dichang was his clone. From Fang Dichang's soul, Fang Yuan obtained almost all of Fang clan's information. This naturally included Thieves' Denver. This was indeed thieving heaven demon Venerable's immortal goo house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved theft path, Fang clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Fang clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the immortal goo house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method. That was to use a theft path immortal material as a primer to expend the theft path Dao marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this theft path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. It would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Fang Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation, it is different. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same Dao marks. They should be usable. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8 or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was. Even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or goo refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks, he could create painting path, pill path, and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal goo house, it cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body. It will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Fang Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed. He gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw dream path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena. Even dream path Dao marks were included. Fang Yuan cautiously stopped and probed. He found that dream path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Fang Yuan would have to take a detour. Fang Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fang Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fang Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview. It was directly shattering their worldview. Fang Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These 3 paths are likely the traces of Venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should correspond to Giant Sun Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. These 3 Venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty. The Dao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Dao marks on these 3 paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Dao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Dao marks on these 3 paths were unshakable. Only occasionally, at the edges, there would be some Dao marks peeling off, like fragments. Fang Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his Dao marks did not conflict, thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But Venerables were different. The Dao marks on a Venerable's body conflicted. They were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the 3 Venerables. Characters like the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Fang Yuan was not surprised that a Venerable had come here before. In fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the Olden Antiquity era. He was the 3rd Venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As Venerables among Gu immortals, these Venerables were all world-shaking. It was normal for them to discover this place. Hoping for unparalleled inheritances and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them, that was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there only traces of these 3 Venerables? The paths left behind by these 3 Venerables, why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Fang Yuan did not stop moving. He directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him. At the next moment, Fang Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Fang Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers. They were in full bloom. It was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The wind was gentle, caressing Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer. There were Dao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Dao marks were definitely larger than the 7th layers. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Feng Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me, I entered a blessed land? Feng Yuan had a thought. But right after that, he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods. A subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. It traversed the entire land. At that instant, Feng Yuan's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Tao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing. It is about to be destroyed. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand. The small world seemed to have been cut into 2. It soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Feng Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the Void Tao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Feng Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Feng Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Feng Yuan flew up through the crack and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a water worm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Feng Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles. Some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Feng Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while, it was only left with 2 crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Feng Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of Tao marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. Feng Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness. It was very tough. It was a Tao mark. Even though it was just a Tao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Tao mark. What kind of Tao mark is this? Feng Yuan had never seen such a Tao mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this Tao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Tao. If there was movement, there would be time Tao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Tao. If there were grass, there would be earth Tao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Tao. But these Tao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Dao mark. From this Dao mark, Feng Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Dao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Feng Yuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of an answer. I understand. This is Heaven Dao. Heaven Dao 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 mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Dao marks, including Dream Dao and other new Dao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Dao marks. One was Human Dao, the other was Heaven Dao. Feng Yuan had seen Human Dao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Dao Dao mark. All the other Dao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Dao Dao mark. What does this mean? Feng Yuan stared at this Heaven Dao Dao mark. The thread-like Heaven Dao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Feng Yuan's gaze. Feng Yuan was cautious. He did not try to attack this Dao mark. He followed the Dao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged. A whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Dao mark. The Dao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal, but there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Feng Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Feng Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending. Everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Feng Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down. Everything inside gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated. Islands floated in the air. Around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same Heaven Dao mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Feng Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Feng Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the Crazed Demon Cave is the derivation of Dao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No, derivation of the small world is just the appearance. What it actually wants to do is derivation of Heaven Dao marks. Feng Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that Heaven Dao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes it was not just one Heaven Dao mark. The nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings. It was likely to swallow 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks at the same time. After these Heaven Dao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only one Heaven Dao mark would be left behind, at most 2. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining Heaven Dao marks. The Heaven Dao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the Heaven Dao marks that I have seen do not meet Limitless Demon Venerable's standards. He wants to create Heaven Dao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of Heaven Dao marks did he want to create? Feng Yuan's mind jolted. He suddenly thought of the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the Heaven Dao did not allow it. The legends of Ranzu, has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die. Their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless demon Venerable wanted eternal life. He could not avoid the Heaven Dao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the Heaven Dao and researched it. Feng Yuan guessed. Limitless demon Venerable had once attacked the celestial court, but he was not an otherworldly demon. He could not destroy fate. But he did not give up. He worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu. He wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the Heaven Dao. Such ambition, such methods. Even Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these Heaven Path Dao marks? Feng Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods, but they were all useless. He even had a premonition. Even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 Theft Path Immortal Gu house. It was extremely damaged. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9. It was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Feng Yuan fell into a dilemma again, because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Feng Yuan was in a vast void. There were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Feng Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies. They looked like humans. They had noses and eyes. They shouted endlessly. Sage? Feng Yuan frowned. He immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt. He created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe. He was kind and benevolent. He protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance. He was tall and muscular. Every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts. He created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Feng Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Daomark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Feng Yuan was somewhat surprised, but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era, 1,000,000 years ago. Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time. He had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era, 100,000 years ago. There were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable. she would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. They were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era. That was why their Tao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Tao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Feng Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Feng Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Feng Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Feng Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. They had only heard of it before. "O sage, we are living in this world. We don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal. It is not a place we can enter." Feng Yuan frowned. "Then how did you obtain this information?" The human-shaped mist answered. "Every once in a while, the disciples and disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them." Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. These disciples and disciples are venerables of different generations. How is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void and different worlds, they should be quite strong. But soon, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. He asked again, "Since there are so many of these disciples and disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me?" The human-shaped mists answered, "That's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples and disciples have different forms." Feng Yuan instantly understood. It seems like there are no humans living here. The so-called disciples and disciples of the sages are probably some mutants, like these human-shaped mists in front of me. Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. "Sage, please save me. Sage, please preach and save this world." The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. "Well said, well said." Feng Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. "Sage, what are you doing?" Cries of surprise and screams rang in Feng Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Feng Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Feng Yuan, it would be too easy. As Feng Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then, he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul Tao marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul Tao marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Feng Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once and for a short period of time. Thus, These human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Feng Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals, they were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu immortal's obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits, Feng Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the Dragonman race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem. I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Tao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Feng Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Puff. Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge. When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed. But in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Feng Yuan. Pang Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said, "Not immortal," was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier, they were guarding against Feng Yuan. But now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Feng Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Feng Yuan. When Gu immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in this 7th layer was not a good idea. Because the Tao marks here were too concentrated, it was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting Tao marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited because the Tao marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of Tao marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Feng Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Feng Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Feng Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Feng Clan's headquarters. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Feng Clan's first Supreme Elder Feng Gong, 3rd Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng, as well as Feng Lung and Feng Yun, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded. Rocks were sent flying, and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Feng Dichong had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Feng Yuan's clone Feng Dichong walked out with a smile. Good. Feng Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Feng Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Feng Clan as a whole. With this house, our Fong clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Fong Yun cheered excitedly. Fong Dichang smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem. If you need any Wood Path Immortal materials, just take them from our Fong clan's treasury. Fong Gong laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Fong Dichang looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Chen Yi suppressed Qing Chou and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Fong Clan, he could not use this move. Chen Yi could only use Soul Beasts to temporarily replace it. What Fong Dichang was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fong Dichang activated Divine Bean Palace. Strong winds blew. The formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fong Dichang waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fong Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light, wave after wave. It was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves, and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fong Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow Divine Bean Soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these Divine Bean Soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fong Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry. Fong Clan will pay for it. Fong Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fong Yuan's. Fong Clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fong Yuan raise the Divine Bean Soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea, in Gu Tribe's headquarters. It's done. Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shui slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragonmen had been born. However, the identities of these new Dragonians were not all beastmen. There was also a group of merfolk. "Thank you, Lord Wu Shui, for your help. This is my tribe's gift. Please accept it." A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wu Shui, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water. It gave off a pungent smell. It was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move. It was like it was frozen. "So it is immovable rotten water. I can use it to nurture my army ants. I will accept it." "Thank you." Wu Shui accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants. He needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fang Yuan's own resources, Gu tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fang Yuan's clone did not extort them. He obtained them through transactions. Wu Shui used his killer move to turn the beastmen and mermen into new dragonmen. "Every day, my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day." My negotiation with Gu tribe was very effective. I even have a relationship with the merman tribe now. Together with Qi Si ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a superforce with immense strength. This was the only variant human superforce in the world. It had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables helped to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the Five Regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the Five Regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak. As variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the dragonmen's future development. They did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the merman imperial court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces. They also learned about the dragonmen's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into dragonmen as well. The merman imperial court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the celestial court repairs Fate Gu, some merman Gu immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shui had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. "Little Du, are you really going to do this?" Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Fang Yuan's clone, Jean Budu, worriedly. Jean Budu raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. His tone was firm and unwavering. "Yes, master. You are already heavily injured. In this situation, we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the Arrowtail Eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster." Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Budu for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. "Sai, you can go." Jean Budu did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. "I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven." The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yay! Little Du is mighty. Little Du, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Feng Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the Venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Feng Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the Venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void, there is no concept of up, down, left, right, or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally, the 8th layer was only a cave, but after Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the Venerable Dao field. Feng Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Feng Yuan needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a small path. It was derived from Rule Path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and the real. It was untainted by all methods. It was undefeatable. Phantom Transformation was the signature method of Phantom Path. Once Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, other than Dream Path, almost no other methods could do anything to it. It was extremely safe. Phantom Path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of Soul Path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls, like Spectral Souls 3 Venerable 6 Direction, 1,000 Arms Demon Souls. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities. One was Endless Transformation, following one's will, and the other was Myriad Paths Converging, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo, and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. At this moment, in the void that Feng Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Phantom Path was only a branch of Rule Path, but to raise Phantom Path attainment level, one needed Rule Path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Feng Yuan's current Rule Path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Feng Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon, Feng Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His Time Path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Feng Yuan's Dream Path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu Master Cultivation level and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wu Shuai had the best luck. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had obtained Dragon Palace and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wu Shuai's current luck was a slithering flood dragon. It had dragon scales and shining eyes. It had sharp horns and claws. It was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and mermen. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the Dragon Pearl. It was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another Dragon Pearl. It was much smaller. It was held in one of the dragon claws of the Flood Dragon. There were countless ants inside the Dragon Pearl. They represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fong Dichong with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special. It was like a tree. The trunk was not thin, but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Bean Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined. Many of them were exposed. This implied that Fong Dichong and Fong Clan were inextricably linked. They were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the two clones, Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Budu's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu Master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower. There was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost. It flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Fong Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female. They want to pick the nectar and create icy winds. They are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flowers. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic. It represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly. The butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower. This itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, because there was a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it. Fong Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fong Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Fong Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Immediately, Fong Yuan moved Cooking Luck Pot and started modifying Li Xiaobai's luck. A moment later, Li Xiaobai's flower luck turned bright red, like peach blossoms in spring. It was love luck. Changing luck was not random. It had to follow certain rules. For example, after Li Xiaobai's luck turned into love luck, it became much more effective. It formed a special interaction with the butterfly luck. Next, it will depend on whether the clone can make use of this. Fong Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a form of change. When the real fortuitous encounter came, it would depend on the person's ability to make use of it. Fong Yuan's eyebrows rose. Not long after he changed his luck, he had a delightful discovery. He saw a huge fish floating in the void. It was swaying its huge tail. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. This was the first time he had seen a life form that could travel in the void. It could exist outside of the world. I'm afraid it is the disciple of the sage that the human-shaped mist mentioned before. Fong Yuan chased after it. That huge gray fish resembled a goldfish. After seeing Fong Yuan, it was very surprised. It quickly kowtowed. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower greets the sage. Even though the huge gray fish was as large as a whale, its human voice sounded like that of a young girl. Very good, very good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long time. Bring me there. You will receive many benefits. Fong Yuan smiled. But the huge gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but I cannot find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Why? You were exiled? Fong Yuan frowned. The huge gray fish shook its head again. No. I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. So I took the initiative to bid farewell to my fellow sect members and left Yellow Earth Great World. I came to the outside world to gain some experience and strive for a breakthrough. Saying so, the huge gray fish stared at Fong Yuan with its huge fish eyes shining with anticipation. If this sage could enlighten it, its bottleneck would be nothing. But Fang Yuan was not that kind of person. He did not want to waste time talking. He immediately restrained the huge gray fish and searched its memories. So it was like this. Even though these venerable Tao fields exist for a long time, they are always moving. The huge gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Tao field. From its memories, Fang Yuan could see the richness of this world. Yellow Earth Tao field was vast and vast. It was not inferior to the sovereign immortal aperture. It had dense earth path Tao marks and complete other Tao marks. The immortal material storehouse was rich. There were many goo worms, including immortal goo. There were also all kinds of living beings. Even though there were no humans, it was truly a treasure land. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he coveted this Yellow Earth Tao field. If I can obtain Yellow Earth Tao field and devour it completely, my total assets will triple. Fang Yuan was refining immortal goo intensely. He had already digested most of the gains. His immortal material storehouse had shrunk drastically. If he could obtain Yellow Earth Tao field, it would be a huge supplement. It would be like growing from a skinny person to a fat person. However, it was very difficult to reach Yellow Earth Tao field. There were all kinds of living beings in Yellow Earth Tao field. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set it up in the past to educate everyone without discrimination. All living beings had souls, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a goo master cultivation method. Most living beings had apertures and could cultivate as goo masters. Among them, the best of the best had even become goo immortals, even though there were not many of them. And among these goo immortals, there were elites. These elites often had the ability to leave the world. When their cultivation reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further, they would leave the Tao field and go to other places to temper themselves. When they were in the void, far away from the Tao field, they would not be able to find their way home. But it was not important. When the time came and they broke through the bottleneck, they would see the Tao field and return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan had obtained from the gray fish. Don't look at how this gray fish was easily captured by Fang Yuan. It had rank 7 cultivation level and was an elite goo immortal of Yellow Earth Tao field. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was able to deduce even more information. When the time comes, they can naturally return to the Tao field. This is the saying in Yellow Earth Tao field, and in the gray fish's memories, many seniors have also returned like this. It seems that Yellow Earth Tao field itself has the ability to receive these living beings who have left. Every once in a while, Yellow Earth Tao field will let out the elite goo immortals inside to temper themselves, and when the tempering results, the Tao field will take the initiative to bring them back. Why did they do this? The gray fish's memories had the same answer. The reason being that the dojos did not coexist peacefully with one another. They were all fighting against one another, resulting in chaos. The living beings nurtured by the Tao fields would fight and kill each other, attempting to invade each other's Tao fields. Back then, when the Venerables set up the Tao fields, they probably had this arrangement. But what is the benefit of letting them fight each other? What is the goal of the Venerables? Fang Yuan shook his head as he thought of this. Only by entering a venerable Tao field would he be able to find the answer to these questions. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to give you pointers? You are lucky to have met me. The gray fish shuddered. It stammered and could not speak. It was already frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, the gray fish was deeply aware that the sage in front of it was extremely terrifying. He had a cruel and cold demonic nature. He was not a good person like Paradise Earth Sage. It was truly unfortunate for it to have met him. All right, even if you don't say it, I know your doubts. Fang Yuan searched through all of the gray fish's memories. He knew clearly what its bottleneck was. He immediately gave it pointers. His words were concise and comprehensive. They were easy to understand. The gray fish gradually stopped trembling, attracted by Fang Yuan's words. It was immersed in it and temporarily forgot about its dangerous situation. Why haven't you broken through? Fang Yuan frowned. After talking for so long, his mouth was dry. The gray fish was still in a daze. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Chapter 1883. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A large river flowed east. A large ship was moving down the river. Jiang by carries the sky, reflecting the red jade of the human heart. Emperor Gu Wen's talent is unimaginable. To think that he was able to compose such a poem at the age of 7. Su Chi-han sighed as she looked at the wide river. She was the daughter of a minister. She had a graceful figure, delicate and pure beauty, cultured and elegant, and had a scholarly temperament. Other than her beauty, her most praiseworthy trait was her talent. She was full of poetry and well-versed in historical records. She could make most men in the world feel inferior. Young miss, the wind is rising. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go back. The servant girl beside her advised. Su Chi-han sighed, but she still stood by the side of the ship, looking at the surging river. The servant girl insisted. Young miss, are you worried about the rest of the journey? Didn't you chase away that evil thief? In my opinion, we've already chosen 8 of the 10 great scholars. As for the remaining 2, we can just pick any one of them. Su Chi-han shook her head. You don't understand. The matter of picking the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict. It also concerns the future prosperity of our Su family. The servant girl pouted. Young miss, I don't understand the principles of the imperial court, but you have to let me drink the medicine. Su Chi-han smiled bitterly. How can ordinary medicine have any effect on my injuries? It is just a form of consolation. It's fine if I don't drink it. The servant girl stomped her feet. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This medicine has no effect on your injuries, but your body has been cold since young. If you don't drink this warm medicine, you will suffer from frostbite. So, you have to drink this medicine. All right, bring it over. Su Chi-han could not do anything to her personal servant girl. She could only take the bowl and drink it in one gulp. She had just finished drinking when she heard a burst of wild laughter. Then, a figure broke through the water and jumped onto the deck. Who is it? It's you again, you evil thief. The guards on the ship immediately moved out and surrounded the newcomer. However, the newcomer was very powerful. After a series of chaotic attacks, the guards were beaten into a mess. You are not his match. Retreat for now. Su Chi-han's expression was solemn as she stepped forward, preparing to fight. The newcomer's face was ferocious. He had a stocky build, and his skin was greenish-black, like the skin of a shark. This was the effect of the shark skin goo. Miss Su. He greeted her with a smile, revealing his sharp teeth, making him look even more ferocious. Su Chi-han sneered. Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago. Have you not learned your lesson? How dare you come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Miss Su, I am not your opponent, but that was before you drank that bowl of medicine. Do you feel that your hands and feet are a little numb? Su Chi-han's expression changed. Is there a problem with this medicine? She immediately turned to look at her personal maid. The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her face as pale as paper. This is impossible. I've been keeping an eye on this medicine and I've never left it. Miss, you must believe me. Of course the medicine cough, there is no problem. Cough, but the medicine, cough, I did something to it. Right at this time, another uninvited guest climbed up the ship's railing and stepped onto the deck. Su Chi-han's brows were tightly furrowed. Her heart sank to rock bottom. Medicine demon, you actually did not die. Medicine demon looked like an old man, but he was actually only over 20 years old. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash. His whole body was old and decaying inside and out. Medicine demon's eyes revealed deep hatred. Thanks to your cousin, I won't be able to live for long. But to be able to have a taste of Su tribe's young miss before I die, it is worth it. Su Chi-han's expression turned pale. She took a step back. What medicine did you give me? She felt her whole body turning numb. Medicine demon laughed loudly. Of course it is. The strongest aphrodisiac. It can turn the most chaste woman in the world into the most lascivious and promiscuous slut. Before he finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Bam, bam, bam. Explosions resounded as Su Chi-han retreated step by step. Miss, leave quickly. I will block them. At the crucial moment, The servant girl stood up and sacrificed herself to buy time for Su Chi Han to escape. Su Chi Han fell into deep hesitation. "Miss, leave quickly." The servant girl used a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose sharply, but the consequence was death. Su Chi Han shed tears as she retreated, walking on the water. "Shark bandit, medicine demon, I will not spare you. The imperial court will not spare your 9 clans." In a pavilion by the river, there were only 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai. The other was his teacher, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the river under the night sky as he said to Li Xiaobai, "Come, compose a poem for me. I will give you 10 steps." The so-called 10 steps was the time it took for a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body, but after this period of hard work, he had made great progress. He immediately recited a poem. Next, after thinking for a while, he recited the next 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. "Oh Xiaobai, you have indeed made great progress recently, but with your current talent, you are still not enough to compete for the position of scholar." "Teacher, I know that 10 steps poem composition is Emperor Gu Wen's test." Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection. Every 20 years, the imperial court would choose 10 great scholars. This 10 steps poem composition is the first round of the scholar selection. I have already passed. Why do you not recommend me to participate in this selection, teacher? Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, smiling. "Xiaobai, you only know one thing but not the other. The selection of the 10 great scholars is only a kind of glory and competition on the surface, but it is actually to nurture future officials of the imperial court." "Teacher, you were talking about becoming an immortal?" Li Xiaobai was surprised. Li Xiaobai was only acting. He already knew everything. Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to investigate Grotto Heavens. Even if profound literature Grotto Heaven had a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of heaven form from outside the Grotto Heaven. In this profound literature Grotto Heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the Grotto Heaven. Originally, this Grotto Heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole Grotto Heaven under his rule. In his later years, he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven was the strongest superforce. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal. There was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become an Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing and competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Shen, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather, he was not a proper person. Thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official, working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future. Thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming an Gu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature grotto heaven was small compared to the 5 regions. The resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the Imperial Court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade this student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want this student to be implicated and die a miserable death. But he did not know that Li Xiaobai already knew everything. He even knew how to become an Gu immortal. But he still had to put on a show. Li Xiaobai first investigated. Before feeling regret and unwillingness, he finally thanked teacher Jiang solemnly. He expressed that he was willing to give up on this selection and even the next few selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang was greatly relieved. He left with a peace of mind. Li Xiaobai was alone, walking along the riverside, on his way home. I can become an Gu immortal by myself, but if I cultivate too fast and advance to an Gu immortal, that rank 8 Gu immortal will definitely be alerted. He will definitely investigate. If he finds any clues, or even just a trace of suspicion, I will be in danger of dying. This was not what Li Xiaobai or Feng Yuan's main body wanted to see. Since Feng Yuan's soul transmigrated, he secretly set up a clone like Li Xiaobai to save time and let the clone open up the situation, or even control this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Even though this was just a casual move, if it succeeded, it would definitely save Feng Yuan a lot of time and energy. Of course, there was a backup plan. For example, when Li Xiaobai matured to a certain stage, he could coordinate with the main body and scheme against a rank 8 Gu immortal. But it is still too early now. I am teacher Jiang's disciple. I can be considered to have established myself. I have studied hard during this period of time and gained some fame. But if I want to continue progressing, this environment is not enough to push me forward. If I can become one of the 10 great scholars, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or backing. I only have a teacher. If I participate, I will definitely be assassinated. I will not gain any benefits. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become an Gu immortal in the future, without these cultivation resources, it will be difficult for me to advance. Li Xiaobai sighed bitterly in his heart. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He found a person lying in the weeds by the riverside. "Lady, what's wrong?" After checking the situation, Li Xiaobai bent down to save her. When he dragged the unconscious woman ashore, he was shocked to find that this person was Su Qi Han. What happened? This Su Qi Han is the beloved daughter of the current Imperial Court's first-rank official, Prime Minister Su. She is in charge of the selection and assessment of the 10 great scholars. She actually fainted from her injuries. Prime Minister Su is a rank 6 Gu immortal. Su Qi Han is also a future Imperial Court official. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. She actually fell to such a state. This selection of the 10 great scholars is really too deep. In profound literature grotto heaven, there was no distinction between men and women. Anyone could become an Gu immortal. Naturally, they could all become officials. Many women were even more talented than men. There were even large numbers of private schools and schools for women scattered all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars were not just men, there were also female scholars. Just as he was thinking, Su Qi Han moaned and woke up. "You saved me?" She looked at Li Xiaobai with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, why is there something wrong with her gaze? He nodded and was about to speak, but Su Qi Han covered his mouth and flipped over, pressing Li Xiaobai onto the ground. What are you doing?" Li Xiaobai's body tensed. He was a little dazed. What kind of trick was this? Su Qi Han rode on him and started to take off his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai stammered helplessly. Lady Su, please conduct yourself with dignity." Su Han's movements paused as she narrowed her eyes. "You know me?" Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Lady Su is selecting the 10 great scholars. Of course I know about it. Lady Su, I am Teacher Jiang's student. I had just parted ways with Teacher Jiang at the Riverside Pavilion." Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Han had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was not her match. Right now, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Han was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai naturally mentioned Teacher Jiang to prevent him from being harmed. Su Han looked at Li Xiaobai deeply. Her face flushed unnaturally red as she sighed deeply. "It is too late. Your teacher has already left. Right now, there is only you and me in the surrounding 10 li. What do you want to do?" Ugh. Li Xiaobai fainted from Su Han's poke. This was not what he wanted. According to his plan, he could develop steadily. But now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could do whatever they wanted to him. If his secret was discovered, it would be terrible. Li Xiaobai tried his best to wake up, but Su Han's methods were unique. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. While in a daze, he felt like he had entered a cold cave. He felt like he had fallen into a raging wave, rising and falling continuously. Next, the cave became warm. It was as if a warm breeze was blowing. It was drizzling. It became warmer and more moist. Eventually, he seemed to have transformed into a waterfall. He fainted from happiness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He fainted. He was extremely exhausted. A sense of weakness could be felt from his bones. He quickly checked his situation. He found that his clothes were completely torn. He was lying in a cave. Su Han was dressing beside him. Lady Su." Li Xiaobai spoke with difficulty. He did not even have the strength to speak. Su Han did not look at him. She was still dressing. Her voice was calm. "It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we met." Chapter 1884. Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. In the main hall, a grand banquet had been going on for several days. At this time, the attendants served plates of fragrant roasted chicken. These were not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens, at least desolate beast level. And Gu Tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai were enjoying ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had already experienced the customs of the beastmen, eating meat and drinking wine. They were bold to the point of being arrogant. They were straightforward to the point of being brainless. If you could obtain the beastmen's recognition, you would be an esteemed guest and enjoy the best banquet. If you could not obtain their recognition, you would forever be despised, loathed, or even hated by them. All of the beastman Gu immortals present saw the immortal chicken and started to salivate with desire. These immortal materials could not be eaten normally. They were usually used as Gu refinement materials. They were never as extravagant as today. But according to historical records, when the beastmen were at their peak, these immortal materials were freely eaten by the wealthy beastman tribes. They were extravagant and wasteful. They were extremely extravagant. Gu tribe's leader directly held the millstone-sized roasted chicken in his hand. "Lord Wu Shuai, please take a look," he said as he activated a food path killer move. The killer move took effect. Gu tribe's leader opened his mouth and sucked lightly. The huge roasted chicken was directly sucked into his mouth. With a gulp, Gu tribe's leader's throat moved as he swallowed the roasted chicken. His abdomen immediately bulged like a pregnant woman. Gu tribe's leader rubbed his belly as he smiled. "This ancient, desolate chicken will need half a day to be completely digested. During this time, my luck will be strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner." Wu Shuai nodded, praising. "Chicken dinner is a good move. The effect is outstanding. It can use food path methods to imitate luck path effects. From what I can see, your increased luck seems to be more focused on survival." Gu tribe's leader said in admiration. "Senior's insight is correct. It is indeed so. According to the records, if my tribe's Gu immortals get into dangerous situations or chaotic battles, they can often use this move to survive." Wu Shuai nodded. He tore a piece of chicken meat and swallowed it. "Next, let me demonstrate an enslavement path killer move." Naturally, this banquet wasn't simple at all. It was an exchange of legacies between Feng Yuan's doppelganger and the ancient race. Gu race had the transformation path and food path inheritances. They were willing to use a portion of them to exchange for the enslavement path inheritance with Feng Yuan. Gu race was already preparing to develop towards Dragon Man. Dragon Man had natural enslavement path downmarks. Thus, they had a need for enslavement path inheritances. Feng Yuan had no objections. By taking out some items from the enslavement path, one could exchange for the ancient race's inheritance. Their inheritances were rather unique. The transformation path inheritance had an ancient style, while the food path inheritance made Feng Yuan pleasantly surprised. Speaking of which, food path was created by Beastman Gu immortals. The Gu race had been lurking at the bottom of the East Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food Dao inheritance. What the Gu clan leader had just demonstrated was one of the killer moves, chicken dinner. The Beastman style resulted in the killer moves' names being easy to understand, simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. The cooperation between Feng Yuan and Gu tribe continued to deepen. Earlier, Feng Yuan helped them transform into dragonmen. Now, they were exchanging inheritances. Feng Yuan's doppelganger Wu Shuai demonstrated an enslavement path killer move. All of the Beastman Gu immortals present were shaken and cheered. Gu tribe's leader clapped his hands and summoned a group of Dragonman women. Lord, please enjoy the song and dance. These Dragonman women were beastmen who had just changed their identities. They immediately started to sing and dance. They were filled with wildness and allure. They had an ancient style to them. One of the Dragonman female immortals even swayed her body seductively. After the dance, these Dragonman women did not leave. Instead, they gathered around Wu Shuai. Lord Wu Shuai, Gu tribe's leader said sincerely, I see that Lord does not have any servants to serve you. I am willing to give these women to Lord. Please accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. He pulled the seductive Dragonman female immortal into his arms. I will accept your good intentions. My Dragonman race does not have many people. It is our responsibility to pass down descendants. I will take this woman as my main concubine. The rest will be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. Everyone else cheered as well, celebrating the deepening of the relationship between the two tribes. After the banquet, Wu Shuai brought these Dragonman women into Dragon Palace to hold a major event. Not long after, Feng Yuan's main body, who was in the 8th layer of Craze Demon Cave, received information from Wu Shuai. A marriage alliance with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai's concubine was naturally a marriage alliance. Taking care of these women was to give Gu tribe peace of mind. If they had children in the future, the relationship between the two sides would become even closer. When the time is right, I can make use of the children that are born and swallow up this ancient clan without batting an eyelid. Gu tribe wanted to curry favor with Wu Shuai, but they did not know that this was all within Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan's intention was to absorb the entire Gu tribe. Mature people would know that fighting and killing were only one of the methods. There were many other ways to deal with things. Feng Yuan intended to use gentle political methods to annex Gu tribe. Although it would take a long time, the method was tactful. It could preserve the tribe's vitality to the greatest extent and obtain the greatest benefits for Feng Yuan. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. The inheritances they have are definitely more outstanding, and the inheritances they are taking out to exchange are also quite interesting, especially the food path inheritances. Feng Yuan had the source of food path, the inheritance left behind by the Beastman Gu immortal who created food path. It was the most orthodox, and Gu tribe's food path inheritances were also very outstanding after the vicissitudes of life. They were able to open up new paths in many areas. For example, the killer move chicken dinner could imitate the effect of luck path. At first glance, this inheritance gave Feng Yuan a lot of inspiration. Feng Yuan willed and ordered his time path clone to try making deductions in this aspect. Meanwhile, his main body sat on the giant gray fish, roaming around aimlessly in the void. The giant gray fish's aura was completely different from before. After being enlightened by Feng Yuan, even though its intelligence was limited, it managed to break through. The bottleneck that had troubled it previously no longer existed. However, The thing Feng Yuan was anticipating did not happen. Feng Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to attract yellow earth Dao field. But after so many days, not even a trace of yellow earth Dao field could be found. According to the giant gray fish, this was because the fortuitous encounter had not arrived. But Feng Yuan snorted disdainfully. He inwardly guessed, fortuitous encounter and fate are all lies. It seems that this yellow earth Dao field itself has intelligence, or rather, it has its own will. It saw through my scheme and did not show up. I will continue exploring for a while and observe the situation. Several days later. Where are you going? Feng Yuan sat on the back of the giant gray fish and sneered. He activated a killer move. A strength path giant hand flew out and caught a fat rhinoceros. Spare me, sage, spare me. The rhinoceros begged for mercy and struggled, but the strength path giant hand firmly restrained it. Feng Yuan chuckled and pointed with his finger. The rhinoceros's soul was immediately drawn out. In a few breaths of time, he understood all the experiences of the rhinoceros. This rhinoceros came from Reckless Savage's Dao field, which was similar to Yellow Earth Dao field. It had also encountered a bottleneck and left the world in search of an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not say anything and attacked it, quickly capturing this rank 7 rhinoceros alive. The giant gray fish witnessed the entire process. Feng Yuan's terrifying strength made it tremble in fear. It is your fortune to have encountered me. Let me enlighten you. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. The rhinoceros's soul was stuffed back in. This time, it learned its lesson and quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Feng Yuan. Several days later. Go. Remember to cultivate well. Feng Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and fat rhinoceros. The giant fish and rhinoceros trembled with fear as they said in unison, Farewell, sage. Strive to return as soon as possible. I will return. Feng Yuan smiled. The giant fish and rhinoceros immediately shuddered. Only when Feng Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They looked at each other, both of them rejoicing at having survived a desperate situation. Of course, the words Feng Yuan said before he left that he would return had turned into a huge shadow, shrouding their hearts. Crazed Demon Cave, 7th layer. Secret Schemer carefully took a step forward, his face pale. He was already very close to his limit at this point. Let's rest first. Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down and turned into a stone statue to rest. Behind him, Not Immortal and Pang Shan were also resting. A moment later, Secret Schemer struggled free from his stone skin and stood up. Boss, let's go back. Yeah, the demonic sound has become irregular and unpredictable. Also, there hasn't been any demonic sound for a while now. Our current position is very risky. That's right. Isn't Feng Yuan a good example for us? Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, it's time to retreat. Feng Yuan's death made the 3 crazed demon eccentrics a little dispirited. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stopped moving. Boss, why are you? Feng Yuan? Is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan were shocked to see Feng Yuan slowly walking towards them. Of course it's me. Feng Yuan nodded. That's great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked doubtfully. Feng Yuan nodded again. That's because I went to the 8th layer and got a hint from the Venerable. The 8th layer? A hint from the Venerable? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were shocked again. Chapter 1885. Western Desert. Feng Yuan did not conceal his traces. He stood proudly on Myriad Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a sharp silver sword that pierced through the sky, its tip pointing straight at a pale yellow cloud high up in the sky. Feng Yuan, you actually dared to come back. A shout came from the light yellow cloud. The owner of the voice was furious and filled with hatred. The light yellow cloud looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually an immortal formation. There was a dream realm inside the formation. Inside the dream realm were Immortal Gu Mutation and a Gu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun. The one controlling the formation was Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation level. She was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's second wife. Back then, when Feng Yuan was roaming Western Desert, he was chased by Feng Jiuge. When he met Dancer Hong Yun, he pretended to form an alliance in exchange for Jin Yuanzi's formation path inheritance. Feng Yuan schemed and pretended to part ways. He even used Fairy Cui Bo's body to self-detonate using the pure dream reality seeker physique body, causing a huge loss to Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wills. Unfortunately, when Feng Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Jiuge chased after him. Feng Yuan could only retreat temporarily. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was ambushed. He sensed something amiss and immediately sent Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to investigate. After learning that Lu Guanyi was Feng Yuan, Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no way to deal with the dream realm. He could only ask Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to create an immortal formation to trap this place. In truth, even though Dancer Hong Yun was Thousand Transformations Ancestor's wife, he did not like her that much. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was most worried about Mutation Immortal Gu, which was trapped in the dream realm. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Back then, Thousand Transformations Ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance. This Mutation Immortal Gu was the core. Without it, Thousand Transformations Ancestor would have to expend a lot of effort to activate many of his methods. Their power would be greatly reduced. Mutation Immortal Gu could not be lost. Thousand Transformations Ancestor didn't have Feng Yuan's methods, so he could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path and seal the dream realm. Therefore, the culprit who caused all this was, of course, Feng Yuan. It was no wonder that Immortal Concubine Qing Lan was furious that Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack the array. However, this famous female immortal of the Western Desert did not attack. Instead, she madly activated the formation, choosing to defend to the death. Even though Feng Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8s. He also has the Myriad Year Flying Warship, which once defeated the Celestial Court. I can't fight him alone. The most important thing now is to guard this place and stall for time, so that my husband and the others can teleport over. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan urgently called for help while controlling the immortal array with all her might. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Feng Yuan's offensive suddenly broke out. An endless stream of silver flying swords shot out like a waterfall. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan gritted her teeth and controlled the yellow cloud to hold on. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud formed by the immortal formation continued to disintegrate and shrink. But the speed at which it disintegrated was not satisfactory. Myriad Year Flying Warship had 4 killer moves. They were Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad Year Encirclement Hunt. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced. Otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Feng Yuan. This is Myriad Year Flying Warship? It is truly amazing. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expression was pale. Facing Feng Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Feng Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu immortals were also Thousand Transformations Ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal Concubine Qing Lan shook her head. "With just us, we are not Feng Yuan's match. We won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered. "Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom. Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed. What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation. The female immortals could not be bothered to argue. They used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made great contributions in the River of Time. It had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter. He was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qing Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple. It is a transformation path Gu formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function. It is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal Gu house against a rank 8 immortal formation. Both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the immortal Gu house and the Gu immortal defending the immortal formation, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly superior. Quick, someone help me. I can't hold on for much longer. Fang Yuan is too fierce. I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on. I'm coming. Oh no, my side is also going to fall. For these wives and concubines of 1,000 transformations ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress' expression was ashen. She used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was drenched in cold sweat. She could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat. Their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fang Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. 1,000 transformations, ancestor. Are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much, and you think too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered. But he still did not see 1,000 transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Night Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, Sisters, let's use our last resort. Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late. All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy, blocking all the silver flying swords. It did not move at all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. This change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent. If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage. Ram them. Myriad Year Flying Warship charged forward and directly collided with the golden cloud. Boom. The first collision caused the golden cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom. The second collision caused the golden cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground. gasping for breath. Their faces were pale as paper, and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom! The third time, myriad year flying warship directly stabbed into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash. Many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Feng Yuan retreated back into the carriage. Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Thousand Transformations ancestor? A variant human Gu immortal suggested. Feng Yuan, however, shook his head. Myriad Year flying warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance changed as she shouted, Feng Yuan, you are going too far. Husband. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were still barely conscious. They were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations ancestor had already teleported here. He had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Feng Yuan did not give him any chance. He was cautious and did not leave Myriad Year flying warship from start to finish. He did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad Year flying warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. He only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations ancestor raised his left arm, and with a loud bang, Myriad Year flying warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations ancestor took a small step back while Myriad Year flying warship was sent flying. Feng Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple. It was dragon scale transformation and ape arm transformation used together, their power superimposing. Myriad Year flying warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations ancestor did not block it forcefully. He used deflection and guidance techniques to send Myriad Year flying warship flying. The killer move is exquisite. His personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack and defense, Feng Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad Year flying warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations ancestor again. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die? Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to take my life with the help of an immortal Gu house? Shameless boasting. Feng Yuan scoffed. Even celestial court's Gu immortals died under my worship. You will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He hated Feng Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Feng Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations ancestor was stunned. He thought, did Feng Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant? Or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Feng Yuan. Thousand Transformations ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send Dancer Hong Yun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave Dancer Hong Yun rank 8 Immortal Gu mutation to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Feng Yuan schemed and harmed Dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Feng Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped Dancer Hong Yun and Mutation Immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations ancestor had to send Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan to set up a rank 7 immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark, even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle. She had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations ancestor's territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding Ancestor Xuehu. Thousand Transformations ancestor was different from Ancestor Xuehu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wanxiang Desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old Ancestor Xuehu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations ancestor was unwilling to act. Fang Yuan, this shit-stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations ancestor had no choice but to act. Once he revealed his weakness, the Celestial Court would definitely deal a heavy blow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship and fought with Thousand Transformations ancestor. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. The experts of the Celestial Court are probably spying on us in the surroundings. Even if they are not, this commotion might have attracted them here. Thousand Transformations ancestor had a layer of apprehension in his heart. He protected the formation and did not chase after them, instead urging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, Fairy Cui Bo died because she was not skilled enough. She died in battle. It was a worthy death. The hatred between us is not something that cannot be put down. You need to understand, the true enemy is not me, but the Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor advised earnestly, forcefully suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart. My situation is actually the same as yours, Fang Yuan. Why do we need to fight to the death? We are both targeted by the Celestial Court. This battle is giving the Celestial Court a chance. How can you be so irrational? But Fang Yuan was irrational. He laughed wildly. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you are a rank 8 great expert in vain. You are actually as timid as a mouse. You want to make peace with me? Hee hee. The Celestial Court is not to be feared. You are not to be feared either. Die. Thousand Transformations ancestor heard this and was so angry that he wanted to skin Fang Yuan alive. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, activating Daybreak Sword Killer move. The sword lights were like a waterfall. They were grand and powerful, but they were also extremely agile. The Daybreak Sword Group had just reached Thousand Transformations ancestor when they split into 10. The 10 sword lights bypassed Thousand Transformations ancestor and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Fang Yuan, this kid is truly vicious. Thousand Transformations ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He could not let Fang Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would suffer heavy casualties. Thousand Transformations ancestor took a deep breath and turned into a giant. Next, he turned his body. His back turned into a giant tortoise shell, blocking 5 to 6 sword groups. Next, his neck turned into a snake's neck, extending outwards. His head changed again, turning into a beast mouth. It opened its mouth and sucking the remaining sword groups into its mouth. Giant transformation. Whirlpool tortoiseshell transformation. Green divine snake neck transformation. Taodai transformation. Feng Yuan's gaze was like a torch. He instantly saw through Thousand Transformations ancestor's method. Thousand Transformations ancestor used all sorts of transformations at will. His attainment was extremely high. Each transformation was perfect. It perfectly covered the formation behind him. Feng Yuan immediately knew. With just myriad year flying worship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations ancestor's defense. Not only this, Feng Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad year flying worship. If myriad year flying worship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations ancestor would be most happy to see. Feng Yuan sneered. As expected of reckless savages' true inheritance, so be it. Let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad year flying worship and used the killer move torrential charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad year flying worship. It was the phantom image of the river of time that had been summoned. Myriad year flying worship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded. Feng Yuan, go inside. Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal Gu houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The celestial court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations ancestor suddenly realized. So close. I purposely stalled for time, but the celestial court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Feng Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Feng Yuan. He immediately shouted at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, look ahead. My words have come true. Feng Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad year flying worship to charge left and right. But after several attempts, he was blocked by the celestial court. Feng Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations ancestor's side. Ancestor, the situation is like this. Let's cooperate. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He pointed at Feng Yuan. Damn you, Feng Yuan. I have never seen such thick skin in my life. Feng Yuan sneered. Then you want to continue fighting me? Thousand Transformations ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. Humph. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much. Feng Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression was grim, he said. Stay away from me. Don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well. He was still worried about Feng Yuan. He did not trust Feng Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Feng Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations ancestor expected, the celestial court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Feng Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations ancestor. The troops of the celestial court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the celestial court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the celestial court and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Feng Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, The troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Previously, the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations Ancestor, but Fang Yuan's threat to the Celestial Court was even greater than Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the Celestial Court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the Celestial Court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cooperate, but even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. Fang Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time, let me see where you can escape to. Prince's impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xingyi Wang and Wei Feng's expressions were like iron. They flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance. She giggled. You are Fang Yuan? You are so handsome. I like you. What a pity. What a pity. You are a good person. Why did you become a thief? Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wan Zihong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the Celestial Court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life, she actually woke up in advance. Prince's impatience shouted furiously. Attack! 4 immortal Gu houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once, flames shot out, starlight scattered. Intense winds raged, and flower fogs spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might, engulfing heaven and earth. Come. Fang Yuan manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship and directly charged over. Thousand Transformations Ancestor stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment, one's true nature can be seen. This Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the Celestial Court. He is truly brave. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court immediately activated their killer moves. Most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the Myriad Li adaptation formation. What the hell? Thousand Transformations Ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Fang Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge. He could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam. Amidst continuous explosions, Fang Yuan manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship to fly into the sky. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, thank you. I am leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Guh. Chapter 1887. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like an arrow soaring into the sky. It seemed that Fang Yuan was really about to break out of the encirclement. Right at this time, Wan Zihong giggled and said coquettishly, Fang Yuan, little thief, you can't escape. At the next moment, the sky above Fang Yuan's head suddenly turned into a vast land. Myriad Year Flying Warship, which was originally soaring into the sky, suddenly charged towards the ground. Fang Yuan quickly stopped Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship's speed was astonishing, but the phantom river of time at the bottom of the warship played an ingenious obstruction. Before crashing into the ground, Fang Yuan successfully stopped the Immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan carefully sized up the battlefield, only to see that the sky had suddenly turned into land, and the land had suddenly turned into the sky. Over and over again, the whole world seemed to have turned into a Rubik's Cube. This piece of sky and that piece of land were casually stacked together. It was grotesque and dazzling. Wan Zihong floated in the air, while Princess Impatience, who was at the same level as her, was standing on the ground. Fang Yuan felt that he had become a small worm in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find a way out. The exit that looked like the sky would turn into the ground the next moment. If it was ordinary ground, Myriad Year Flying Warship would have charged over. But this ground was clearly extremely sturdy. It was a precipice. What method is this? Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at Wan Zihong and asked. Wan Zihong replied, This is the killer move overturning heaven and earth. To tell you the truth, this was specially designed by the Celestial Court for you. The reason we used it to deal with 1,000 transformations, ancestor, was just to test the waters. Hee hee, to think that you were so impatient, coming over so impatiently. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel immortal goo. He had developed the corresponding killer move, and even had omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation. He could escape extremely quickly at the crucial moment. If the Celestial Court wanted to capture Fang Yuan, they had to first unravel Fang Yuan's escape method. Previously, they had fixed space goo, but Fang Yuan had obtained it. Yuan Qiongdu was exhausted, but he did not succeed. Celestial Court had deep foundations and also created this killer move, overturning heaven and earth. Be it fixed immortal travel or omnidirectional travel, it could counter both of them. Fang Yuan, you won't be able to escape this time. The prince's impatience was enveloped in flames and looked menacing. Surrender without a fight, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Wei Feng sneered, and the wind blades swept over along with him. The other two rank 8 Goo immortals charged towards 1,000 transformations, ancestor. Celestial Court sent out 4 immortal Goo houses to maintain overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength is 4 rank 8 Goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He did not want to fight. There was no benefit in fighting these Goo immortals. With just myriad year flying warship and Fang Yuan's strength, it would be very difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. But like what had been analyzed long ago, once this cultivation level was exposed, the secret of Fang Yuan possessing the sovereign immortal body could no longer be concealed. Most importantly, did Celestial Court really only have these people? Once they got entangled, even if Celestial Court did not have other ambushes, they would urgently send other rank 8 Goo immortals to reinforce them. Who knows, at that time, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Ding Ling might all come to fight. Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the 2 rank 8 Goo immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam. Myriad year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the immortal Goo house's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These 2 rank 8 Goo immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Goo worms in the warship. Fang Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move, overturning heaven and earth, is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fang Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan could not escape in time with myriad year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fang Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards 1,000 transformations ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fang Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fang Yuan to approach 1,000 transformations ancestor. 1,000 transformations ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the 2 Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but 1,000 transformations ancestors' piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fong Yuan return with myriad-year flying warship, thousand transformations ancestor sneered. Fong Yuan, why did you come back? Fong Yuan smiled. Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now. Why don't we work together? You block Celestial Court's attacks and stall for time. I will deduce and modify the formation. It will not be hard to escape. Thousand transformations ancestor spat. Like hell I will believe you. Fong Yuan was surprised. Looking at thousand transformations ancestor's expression, he was busy but not panicking. He seemed to have a trump card. If it was an ordinary rank 8 Gua mortal, it would be extremely difficult for them to face such a situation. But thousand transformations ancestor had a reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Fong Yuan or Celestial Court, they could not estimate what trump card he was hiding. Neither of you will be able to escape. Kill. The four immortals of Celestial Court charged over together. Fong Yuan and thousand transformations ancestor could not dodge. They could only deal with their moves. Both sides activated killer moves repeatedly, causing the air to explode, winds to howl, flames to rise, and sword lights to shine brightly. Thousand transformations ancestor felt increasing pressure as he fought. He scolded, Fong Yuan, you are still playing tricks now. If you don't repent, I will beat you up as well. As it turned out, Fong Yuan's myriad-year flying warship was extremely slippery. He often used the Myriad Li adaptation formation to block and dodge Celestial Court's fierce attacks. It was not suitable to get close to Thousand Transformations ancestor, but the Myriad Li adaptation formation was huge. Once it was set up, it could not be moved. It was an extremely good shield. Fong Yuan used this shield to block many of Celestial Court's attacks. The Gua mortals and Myriad-year flying warship caught their breaths and repaired Myriad-year flying warship to its original state. Ancestor, don't be angry. Hold on for a while more. I have already deduced some results. We will be able to deal with this predicament soon. Fong Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not a fool. How could he be willing? He knew Fong Yuan's nature. Once Fong Yuan broke this killer move, he would definitely escape and leave him behind as a target to attract the attacks of Celestial Court's Gua mortals. Thus, if Fong Yuan could really break this killer move, it would be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations ancestor instead. Boom. Thousand Transformations ancestor attacked Myriad-year flying warship in anger. Ancestor, don't be like this. You need to consider the big picture. Fong Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations ancestor scolded. You still have the face to talk to me about the big picture? Without you causing trouble, this current predicament would not have happened. What did this old man tell you? There is an ambush from Celestial Court. Didn't you shout that? So what if it is Celestial Court? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Show me. Fong Yuan said sincerely, I was right, but Celestial Court sent 2 pairs of Gua mortals and 4 immortal Gua houses. I have no choice. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you deal with me, how can you protect those women who love you? Boom. The Myriad Li adaptation formation shook fiercely. It was hit by Princess Impatience's fire meteor. The female immortals inside the formation screamed in fear. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will definitely lose. No matter how much Thousand Transformations ancestor transformed at will, he was only one person. He was facing 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously. Celestial Court, you are going too far. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. You should get through this first. Wei Feng sneered. He sent out a huge wind blade that slashed at the Myriad Li adaptation formation. You people are unworthy of the righteous path of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously. He had a formation to protect. He was too passive. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his. They indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you really care about the big picture. At this time, Fong Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely, all of you will die a horrible death. As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the four immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Fang Yuan. The myriad Li adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under Wan Zihong's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed, revealing the space inside the formation. Chance. Wei Feng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals. Make Thousand Transformations ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Feng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. Husband, save me. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Feng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Stop! Thousand Transformations ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom! With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations ancestor waved his left hand and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength, and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is the outcome of all of you. Thousand Transformations ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Cui Bo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thousand Transformations ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised. Ancestors' methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You took the life of a heavenly court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides. but there was no doubt in his heart. The 1,000 transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal goo house. On into, 1,000 Temptress into, savage, into, Feng on into, on. He transformation ancestor 8. And on, one hand, demon. He, transformation palace ancestor. Different from, he and was. He, and he was, he master, one god. Mortal ancestor Imo, different from other immortal goo houses. Myriad Statue Palace was special. It could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1,000 transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Feng Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. In the future, you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Feng Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point. He was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had won step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real 1,000 transformations ancestor? Xing Yuang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real 1,000 transformations ancestor, and he is my brother, Myriad Transformations ancestor. The real 1,000 transformations ancestor casually lied. Myriad Statue Palace's Myriad Transformations ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 goo immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether 1,000 Transformations ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the two sides. Previously, Feng Yuan and 1,000 Transformations ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now, Wei Feng was dead, but Myriad Transformations ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3. Both sides also had 3 rank 8 goo immortals. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed, saying, if I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard Myriad Statue Desert. That way, both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament. There is no one guarding Myriad Statue Desert. My Celestial Court's goo immortals can directly invade it. Oh, right. I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you? If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. Wan Zihong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan knew the secret. 1,000 Transformations ancestor and Myriad Transformations ancestor were only 1,000 Transformations ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace. How could the 2 separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other goo immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But 1,000 Transformations ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court? Feng Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. 1,000 Transformations ancestor could not hide it for long. Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle might not be here personally, but she would soon deduce the truth. However, just like how Feng Yuan concealed the truth, 1,000 Transformations ancestor was also thinking of ways to fight for even the slightest advantage. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Celestial Court maintained their killer move, overturning heaven and earth, firmly holding the initiative. Their remaining strength was still above 1,000 Transformations ancestor and Feng Yuan combined. Wan Zihong sneered, forget it, I will be the main attacker this time. The rest of you must support me with all your strength. She instructed Xing Yi Wang and Princess Impatience. The latter two nodded, having no objections. In terms of seniority, Wan Zihong was the eldest, and in terms of strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, Flying Flower Blood. Wan Zihong attacked fiercely, her aura surging. She did not make any obvious movements, but thousand transformations and myriad transformations ancestors' bodies started to bleed. Blood flew out of their bodies like dancing flower petals, splashing everywhere. Although myriad transformations ancestor was in Myriad Elephant Palace, he was also in human form, thus he was also injured by this move. Thousand transformations ancestor quickly changed his form and attacked instead of retreating, shooting out of the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Myriad transformations ancestor did not follow closely behind, but continued to guard the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Wan Zihong's expression did not change when she saw Thousand Transformations ancestor approaching. She slowly retreated. Princess Impatience and Xing Yi Wang flew out and stalled Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihong, so he changed forms and attacked Wan Zihong from afar. Wan Zihong sneered and used another move, Helpless Flower Falling. Flower petals swirled around her, falling down. Thousand Transformations ancestors' attacks got close to her, but were swept away by this falling flower, unable to do anything. Thousand Transformations ancestor. After this move of mine, die obediently. Wan Zihong shouted, pointing her finger. Immortal killer move, Yellow Flower Thinning Life. Thousand Transformations ancestor was trembling with Xing Yi Wang and Princess Impatience when his expression suddenly changed. His body became thinner and his lifespan decreased rapidly. This Yellow Flower Thinning Life was Wan Zihong's killer move. Although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. Thousand Transformations ancestor was hit by this move. He tried many transformations but could not break it. He could only retreat. Xing Yi Wang and Princess Impatience chased after him. Thousand Transformations ancestor had no choice but to use Myriad Elephant Palace to reinforce him. Myriad Transformations ancestor came to reinforce him. Wan Zihong sneered and used Yellow Flower Thinning Life killer move on Myriad Transformations ancestor again. Myriad Transformations ancestor's body also became thinner. His offense, defense, and speed all fell, but he was an immortal goo house. He had no lifespan to speak of. Thus, although he looked miserable, he was actually fine. Thousand Transformations ancestor was truly in trouble. He could not break this killer move, but after many attempts, he found several transformations that could slow down the killer move's power. But this way, he could not transform freely. His battle strength was greatly restricted. Wan Zihong's offensive methods were extremely powerful. It was no wonder that she was recruited by Celestial Court even though she was a demonic path goo immortal. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Wan Zihong lacked immortal goo and could only become a healing goo immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many Celestial Court goo immortals and brought great trouble to Longevity Heaven. However, after using Yellow Flower Thinning Life 2 more times, Wan Zihong's expression became extremely pale. She did not attack again and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Feng's death, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky tactic. Thousand Transformations ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong. He shouted anxiously, Feng Yuan, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you won't be able to escape either. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Without a goo immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target. It was torn apart by Feng Yuan in a short period of time. Thousand Transformations ancestor turned around and saw this scene. His face turned blood red from anger, his eyes spewing fire. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, he snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier, Feng Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? You did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade. Even the three immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad-year flying warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Feng Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Feng Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal goo inside. Next, he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, grabbing mutation immortal goo in one hand and demoness Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into myriad-year flying warship. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Feng Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal goo. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the 3 immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad-year flying warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad-year flying warship. Feng Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 goo immortal stared at Feng Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Feng Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad-year flying warship, but Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Feng Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Feng Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Feng Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations' ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal goo. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling this is not Feng Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal goo because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. Chapter 1889. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, don't chase me. I can unravel a way out. How about this? I will bring you away. You give mutation immortal goo to me as a reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, replying, Humph. Wishful thinking. Open your path and return the immortal goo. We will spare your life. After his anger subsided, he thought of Feng Yuan's action of snatching goo. It showed that he had nothing to fear. His earlier rage was real, but the subsequent rage was mostly an act. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave, using Feng Yuan's strength was the best choice. Even if he could not use it, he could not let Feng Yuan escape. If Feng Yuan really escaped, he would be left to fight with the Celestial Court until he was exhausted. Even if he escaped, the insidious demon Feng Yuan might ambush him along the way. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had great foresight. He was not just thinking about the current situation. Thus, he chased after Feng Yuan relentlessly. He had to follow Feng Yuan closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if it was abandoned in the killer move overturning heaven and earth, it was only temporary. As long as he got out, he could attack the 4 immortal goo houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal goo houses were maintaining overturning heaven and earth. It was the killer move's greatest weakness. Once they were attacked or disrupted, the battlefield that the Celestial Court painstakingly created would have many flaws. They could not be covered up. At once, Feng Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, and the Celestial Court chased after each other. They used all sorts of methods. They had vast might that shook heaven and earth. Secretly, they were playing a psychological game. They schemed and schemed. After a while of deadlock, the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. From the periphery of the battlefield, a large group of people charged out. There were many goo immortals, including rank 8s and 4 immortal goo houses. The leading palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn and dignified. It had green bricks and golden tiles. It emitted a dense fragrance of plants. What else could it be but Divine Bean Palace? The one controlling Divine Bean Palace was Fong clan's second supreme elder, Fong Dichong. Beside him stood Fong Gong, Fong Huasheng, and the other Fong family generals. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Fong Dichong did not say anything. He controlled Divine Bean Palace and bombarded it with lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on the 4 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, causing them to shake intensely. Countless vines grew out and infiltrated the goo houses. The Celestial Court was in chaos. Ah, Divine Bean Palace. Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's item was being used against him, he was shocked. This time, it was the Celestial Court's goo immortals who had bloodshot eyes. These people are from the Western Desert Righteous Tao. Why are they here? The entire Western Desert Righteous Path didn't come. Only the Fong clan, Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan, and Tang clan came. The Celestial Court's goo immortals saw the origin of this group. Ever since Fong Dichong refined Divine Bean Palace, Fong clan's predicament was resolved. Fong clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bean Palace, Western Desert's righteous path would recognize the reality and change their stance. Fong Dichong used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's righteous path. To coordinate with his main body, he had to act quickly and also keep it a secret. Thus, he only gathered Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan, and Tang clan, these 4 super clans. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations ancestor chased relentlessly. Fong Yuan turned around and sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around. Daybreak flying swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously, but he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal goo house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's righteous path. Someone wanted to stop Fong Yuan but was stopped by Fong Dichong righteously. Leave Fong Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fong Dichong led the Alliance Army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had Thousand Transformations ancestor internally and Western Desert's righteous path externally. Xing Yiwang shouted angrily, Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the righteous path. You are actually helping a demonic path goo immortal. Fong Dichong sneered. The great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wanzi Hong. But you are slandering us. Xing Yiwang choked for a moment. Prince's Impatience's voice was cold. Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fong Dichong replied. Not long ago, my Fong clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Adding fuel to the fire, your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Hee. To think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bean Palace with interest and said, Let's retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic or panic. No need to chase, Fong Dichong said. This order made the other goo immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, The other Western Desert superforces would make things difficult for them. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's Righteous Path were left. Divine Being Palace's door opened. Fong Dichang stood at the entrance, smiling. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge. The Gu immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, Ancestor? This person knows the big picture. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fong Dichang's words. I will go find you. Good. With Ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fong Dichang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go, he ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert Gu immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fong Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fong Dichang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fong Dichang is only an internal conflict. Fong Clan's rise, leading Western Desert's Righteous Path and repelling Celestial Court, this is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fong Clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fong Clan will always be Fong Clan's Fong Clan. Fong Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fong Clan's rise. Fong Dichang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected. They were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fong Clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fong Clan's Fong Dichang is quite a character. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor looked at the direction in which Fong Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fong Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this. Chapter 1890. Fong Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal Gu in his hand. This Immortal Gu had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation Immortal Gu belonged to 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fong Yuan. Not long after Fong Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal Gu along the way. Not to mention 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' hatred towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan tried to activate it several times and found out the effect of Mutation Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu had great offensive power. It could make a part of the enemy's body betray them. It could suppress rank 7 existences. It could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fong Yuan turned into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal Gu, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach. The elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn. This was an obvious weakness. It would be a target for the enemy. Using Mutation Immortal Gu alone would have mixed effects. It was hard to say. Because this Immortal Gu was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level. It would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other Gu worms to assist Mutation Immortal Gu to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, Mutation Immortal Gu could also be used to manage the Immortal Aperture. With it as the core, Killer moves, or immortal formations, could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the immortal aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products, but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated life forms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture. There would only be one shop. There were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the Goo Immortal. It would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation Immortal Goo has such comprehensive effects. It should be one of the core immortal goo of reckless savages' true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Feng Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan also obtained several other immortal goo. Most of them were Transformation Path Immortal Goo. There was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal Goo, Pass. This goo looked like a beetle and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan set up the Immortal Array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jiaga was hiding far away. Seeing this immortal goo, he wanted to snatch it. This immortal goo was very valuable to him. But in the end, this immortal goo ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. Just from these immortal goo and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of reckless savages' true inheritance. It is a pity that it is not easy to make a move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. His Dao Mark Foundation could not compare to Feng Yuan. But he had many methods. He was patient and had outstanding acting skills. Wei Feng died because of him. Unless Feng Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had Myriad Statue Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Goo house had incredible power, and at the crucial moment, it could turn into Thousand Transformations' ancestor to confuse others. It was a huge obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Look at the Celestial Court. They had planned for a long time. They used the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They gathered 4 rank 8s, but they still had to return in defeat. Most importantly, Feng Yuan could not use his true strength. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Once the secret of his rank 8 attainment was exposed, the danger would be even greater. Thus, he was very careful when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Feng Yuan was after the big picture. Central Continent is not far from the Refinement Path Convention. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World has the leader of Longevity Heaven. Southern Border has the strategist Wu Yong. Eastern Sea has Qi Si ancestors' help, while Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan to make use of. The situation of the 4 regions attacking Central Continent is starting to take shape. This was something Feng Yuan had been plotting ever since he was reborn. Finally, he had some progress now. Feng Yuan was no longer a pure rank 8 Goo Immortal. He had outstanding subordinates. They were all talented. But he was not a pure super force. He plotted in the world, using all living beings as chess pieces to get rid of the obstacle that was the Celestial Court. Providence made use of him. Spectral Soul made use of him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him. Chu Du made use of him. Land Spirit of Langya made use of him. And now, he had become a chess player. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is my student's name in the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at the latest information and was shocked. He was stunned on the spot. Teacher, are you in the house? Student Li Xiaobai wishes to see you. At this time, Li Xiaobai's voice came from outside. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in. Tell me what is going on. Li Xiaobai had thought about it carefully. He told Teacher Jiang everything that happened that night. He was worried. Teacher, you have to seek justice for me. Teacher Jiang heard this and looked at Li Xiaobai in a daze, his expression turning strange. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh I don't know what to say. In Teacher Jiang's opinion, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. Who could have thought that luck would come? It could not be stopped. Even teacher Jiang felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards this encounter. After that, Miss Su Chi Han tested the students, then told me that I was one of the 10 great scholars. I received your teachings and did not dare to be arrogant. I quickly rejected her. But Lady Su Chi Han was determined to make such an arrangement. I was extremely helpless. I could not win against her. Li Xiaobai complained continuously. Everyone is envious of your encounter. You actually rejected it? Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, don't tease this pitiful student of yours. I came here this time to beg you to save me. I am not talented. Now that I have become one of the 10 great scholars, this is like throwing me into a fire. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Teacher Jiang retracted his smile and nodded. You are not arrogant or rash. You recognize reality. It is not a waste of my teachings. However, don't think about it too seriously. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you had any wishful thinking and tried to compete alone, you would be surrounded by danger. But now that you are one of the 10 great scholars, the imperial court will protect you. If anyone tries to harm your life, they will be slapping the imperial court's face. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai scratched his head. But I am still sitting on pins and needles. Compared to the other 9 people, I am not well known and will attract the most people's attention. Furthermore, after this incident, Lady Su Chi Han's attitude towards me has become very harsh. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am not in the imperial court, I have heard that this junior Su Chi Han is extremely talented and arrogant. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, she definitely wants to marry you. Oh, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She can be said to be one of the most talented women in the world. Her husband must be of equal status. But she is not doing things blindly. She first tested your talent. Seeing that you have some potential, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and raise you up step by step. Saying this, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complicated expression. He was once one of the 10 great scholars. He was proud of his talent and had high aspirations. But reality was cruel. There was only one path to promotion, but countless people tried to squeeze their way up. He could not compete with them after a long time. Even though his reputation spread far and wide, he was essentially outside of the imperial court. To think that this student of his was not as talented as him, his background was not as good as him, but his luck was too good. He had inexplicably become Su Chi Han's sweetheart. Not mentioning Su Chi Han herself, she had Su clan behind her. Her father was the current Prime Minister Su. Li Xiaobai had someone to rely on. I will not hide it from teacher. I was very happy at the start, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I am scared. Lady Su Chi Han has so many admirers. This matter cannot be publicized. I am not sure how many young geniuses will hate me for gaining Lady Su's favor. Especially after the 10 great scholars are chosen, I still have to enter the imperial court to meet the emperor. Along the way, and when I reach the capital, what should I do? I am at a loss. I can only ask teacher for advice. Li Xiaobai sighed. Teacher Jiang was slightly displeased. He snorted lightly. Xiaobai, don't belittle yourself. You are talented. How can my teachings be wasted? You are my student. If others want to deal with you, they will have to consider my reputation. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you. You can visit a few families along the way. They will provide you with some convenience. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days. You can stay at my house. I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Chi Han wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court. He could not enter the core. Now that he saw his student had great hope, once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament, Teacher Jiang was very familiar with him. He was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Zhang immediately decided that he would do his best. He would use all of his resources to help his students successfully ascend. Chapter 1891. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of scale, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a branch city, while Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities. In the previous life, when Feng Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into Bull Demon and descended on this city first. Until now in this life, Holy Eagle City was in a terrible state. The entire city had turned into a swamp. Yellow mud crocodiles were lurking in the swamp, killing the people in the city. The eagle warrior guarding this place was very strong, but he was heavily injured. The one who injured him was an immemorial desolate eagle. It was circling in the sky. If any warrior appeared, it would immediately pounce down to kill them. How can this be? Eagle warrior was bathed in blood. He hid in the swamp, watching the people being massacred. He was shocked and furious. No one had expected such a large group of beasts to attack Giant Eagle City. A moment ago, it was still a warm and peaceful city, but now it had become a slaughterhouse filled with blood. This won't do. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to stop everything. The eagle warrior struggled, wanting to stand up, but the injuries on his body were very heavy, causing him to fall down again. Just as he was about to fall, a young and strong arm caught him. Uncle Giant Eagle, you can't fight anymore. If you continue, you will die. A young voice said. Eagle warrior turned to the young man. He smiled bitterly. Little Do, thank you for saving my life. But I am the sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the beasts continue to wreak havoc. I cannot watch as the people of the city die in the mouths of the beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it. Little Do's eyes were bright, he said firmly. You? Eagle warrior looked at the wound on Little Do's chest and shook his head. Little Do, you are not from Sacred Eagle City. I am here to repay you for saving my life. I am here to invite you to have fun. In order to save me, you are already injured. You are not a match for the beasts. Hurry up and leave. Leave. No, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you and chase away these despicable beasts. Little Do shook his head. Eagle warrior was moved. He patted Little Do's shoulder and said, Mountain Cliff City Lord really took in a good disciple. Why don't I have a disciple like you? Little Do, you are still too young. Your future is brighter than mine. You have a bright future ahead of you. You can't lose it here. I only want you to help me with something. Leave this place right now. Once the guild's reinforcements arrive, you can come and collect my corpse. Remember to bury your uncle's body in the garden. Uncle. Little Do's eyes turned red and tears came out. He choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Quickly leave. Eagle warrior suddenly used all his strength. He shook off Little Do's arm and flew into the sky. He once again turned into a silver eagle riddled with scars and charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The Gua mortals here are really different from the outside world. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of mortals. Little Do sighed in his heart, but it's useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was specially cultivated by the main body to restrain you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not profound literature Grotto Heaven. It had very few restrictions. After Little Do received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was an opportunity. Because the Beast Calamity True Inheritance was split into several portions, they were distributed in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan's clone did not have the chance to properly come into contact with these true inheritances. He had originally wanted to create an opportunity, but the Eagle Warrior had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, knew the truth, that Sacred Eagle City suffered such a calamity because of him, who knew what he would think? Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. He soon fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial desolate eagle pounced and was about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. At the moment of life and death, Little Do turned into an arrowtail eagle and saved him. Little Do, why are you still here? Eagle Warrior was shocked and anxious. Uncle, how can I watch you throw your life away? How can I watch as countless mortals fall into danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, every drop of blood in my body, I will fight to the end. Little Dew said firmly. Little Dew. Eagle Warrior was speechless for a while. He was extremely weak. He returned to his human form and was held lightly by Little Dew's eagle claws. Little Dew was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. But the immemorial Desolate Eagle was a chess piece of the main body. Little Dew was in a dangerous situation. He was constantly on the line between life and death. He was constantly injured and forced to retreat. Eagle Warrior's heart pounded as he watched. He fought without any regard for his own safety. But when Little Dew fought, he was too worried. He often shouted warnings uncontrollably. He was extremely nervous. When he saw that Little Dew was bathed in blood and had more wounds, his heart ached even more. Little Dew had saved him in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was his benefactor. Now, he had saved him twice and was even fighting for Sacred Eagle City. This touched Eagle Warrior. He approved of Little Dew's personality and character. He was filled with admiration. Fang Yuan was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Dew naturally inherited this style of doing things. This was a genuine act of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the enemy. The Eagle Warrior was completely reformed. Little Dew had just become a Gu Immortal and a Combat Beast Warrior not long ago. He was the youngest Combat Beast Warrior in the Combat Beast Guild. With this status, he was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while, he was slammed down by the immemorial Desolate Eagle, falling into the City Lord Manor. This was a meticulous plan, of course. Little Dew fell heavily. He broke through the tiles on the ground and arrived at the underground altar. Eagle Warrior fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw Little Dew squatting beside him. "Uncle, you are finally awake," Little Dew said in joy. Eagle Warrior was very happy to see that Little Dew was still alive, but he frowned and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not long. The guild did not send reinforcements. After that eagle slammed us down, it did not chase us. It is still flying in the sky." Little Dew answered. Sigh. The giant Eagle Warrior sighed deeply. "It seems like we won't be able to defeat this giant eagle for the time being." Little Dew analyzed. "Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not sense any threat and will not find trouble with us. It seems that we cannot turn into immortal beasts. We can only rely on other transformations to save the citizens." Eagle Warrior had a worried expression. If they did not turn into immortal beasts, they could not control the situation. They could only fight those yellow mud crocodiles in the streets and save the citizens bit by bit. The efficiency was very low. But they had no choice. They could only do this. However, when they were about to leave, they found that a large group of yellow mud crocodiles had formed and blocked all the exits. There were 2 desolate beast yellow mud crocodiles among them. Eagle Warrior and Little Dew could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not resist these 2 desolate beasts. They could only retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground. His expression was ashen. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I really hope they will come here at the next moment." "They won't," Little Dew thought. "According to the plan, the reinforcements will be obstructed along the way. I can still make use of some time." But on the surface, Little Dew frowned and punched the ground with his fist. "Damn it! Before reinforcements arrive, aren't we going to stay here? Where is this? Why is there an altar?" Eagle Warrior answered. "This is the underground of the City Lord Manor. As for the altar..." Before he finished, Little Dew interrupted him. Little Dew raised his brows. "I did not expect the underground of the City Lord Manor to have such a spacious floor. Oh, we can go underground and avoid those yellow mud crocodiles. We can leave." Eagle Warrior shook his head. "It is useless. This underground floor is only the territory of the City Lord Manor. We cannot leave the outer city. Furthermore, those yellow mud crocodiles are good at hiding in the mud and digging underground." "Damn it!" Little Dew gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right, Uncle. Don't you find it strange? Why are those yellow mud crocodiles only surrounding this place and not coming in to kill us? That eagle in the sky might be arrogant and disdain to attack. But these yellow mud crocodiles are wandering outside. They seem to be avoiding us. Eagle Warrior forced a smile. Little Do, your observation is not bad. But don't stay here for too long. These yellow mud crocodiles cannot get close because of the altar here. This altar has a long history. Legends say that it was specially set up by the first-generation combat beast king. A portion of his power is sealed inside. First-generation combat beast king? Why did he seal his power? Little Do asked curiously. It is said that he wants to leave it for his inheritor. There are a few more of these altars in the other main cities. Whoever can inherit all of these powers will have the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Do blinked. In that case, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside? Eagle Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. It is useless. What I said are rumors. There are no records. Countless people have tried, but no one has succeeded. From this, it seems that these rumors are fake. But these altars indeed have a mysterious and powerful power. They cannot be destroyed and the beasts cannot get close. Saying so, Eagle Warrior looked at Little Do's eager expression and smiled. If you want to try, go ahead. But remember Uncle's words, don't be too hopeful. If there is no result, don't be too disappointed. Okay, Uncle. Little Do walked quickly to the altar. He walked around the altar a few times, but there was no reaction. He climbed up the altar, but there was still no reaction. All of this was seen by the Eagle Warrior. This was the most normal situation. But at this time, Little Do knelt down and prayed loudly. First-generation combat beast king, I don't know you. I have never seen you before. But please help. There are many beasts outside and they are devouring the citizens. Every breath of time. A life is lost. I beg you, first-generation war beast king, if your spirit is in heaven, please make your move, make your move. Little Do's voice became louder and louder until he started crying. Little Do, you really have a pure heart. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red. He was touched. Then, at the next moment, the altar shone with a white light that enveloped Little Do's body. Eagle Warrior opened his eyes and mouth wide. He completely lost his composure. What is going on? Boom. With a soft sound, the white light fused into Little Do's body. Then the indestructible altar collapsed and turned into dust. Little Do? Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Do turned around with a joyful expression. Uncle, you were right. I inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted and shouted. He was in ecstasy. He laughed loudly for a while before looking at Little Do with an extremely serious and passionate gaze. Little Do, you actually inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Do you know what this means? What? Little Do was confused. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritance. You are the future combat beast king. No. More accurately speaking, you will be the world's savior. Eagle Warrior's expression became fervent. That's right, you are the savior. Chapter 1892. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai sat on his throne, manipulating the army ants in front of him. Over this period of time, the army ants had already developed to a certain scale. Right now, there were close to 100 million army ants. They were like a dark golden river, flying in the air. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a feather of a bird. It was made of stone. The feathers were vivid and lifelike, covered in a gray-white halo. Smelling it, one could smell the stench of a corpse. This was the feather of the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird. Wu Shuai blew lightly. These feathers floated and merged into the dark golden river formed by the army ants. Soon, sparse voices could be heard. Countless army ants took turns crawling on the corpse emperor bird feather, eating it to fill their stomachs. Even though there were only 10 or so corpse emperor bird feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a bit was enough to feed 10,000 army ants. They were very durable. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers were all devoured by the army ants. Not only were these army ants full, they also gave birth to a new batch of army ants. The new ones were corpse ants. They emitted death energy and could devour the corpses of other army ants to grow stronger. The more corpses there were, the stronger the corpse ants would be. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. The strongest corpse ant could compete with the king ant, but could not compare to the queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants are more practical and durable. The previous army ants died, but with corpse ants, I can make use of them. From this perspective, I can save a lot of expenses. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. Army ants were very exquisite. They were the essence of enslavement path. Feeding army ants not only maintained their size, they could also produce new ant species. Countless different types of army ants, when used together, would have different powers and effects. But army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path. They could not get rid of it completely. Enslavement path expended too many resources. By nurturing army ants to such a scale, they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, but Wu Shuai was starting to feel the strain. My main body is expending too much Gu refinement. The army ants that I am feeding are also a terrifying black hole. Fortunately, I have the support of the ancient race and the merfolk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise the army ants to such an extent. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed slightly. A Gu immortal was outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and personally went to welcome them. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wu Shuai. The one who came was a yellow-scaled mermaid immortal, gentle and pleasant. Right now, she was smiling, revealing cute dimples. She was the elder in charge of the Mermaid Royal Court and represented part of the will of the Mermaid Royal Court. Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had helped the ancient race and the merfolk to convert a portion of the new Dragonians. Hence, he had a closer relationship with the ancient race and the merfolk. As the representative of the Merfolk Royal Court, Tang Qiong interacted more and more closely with Wu Shuai. She had always been very respectful and treated Wu Shuai as a true senior. Wu Shuai invited Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace. Although it's not my first time here, I'm still impressed by the majestic aura of the Dragon Palace. Tang Qiong sighed with a sincere expression. Wu Shuai smiled. Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong said solemnly. Reporting to Senior, Qi Si Ancestor is holding an Eastern Sea banquet this time. He has invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. My imperial court has also received an invitation. The first elder sent me here to ask Senior if you are interested in participating in this grand banquet with the merfolk. Oh, that. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. After Fang Yuan's main body obtained mutation immortal Gu, he used Qi Si Ancestor's identity to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fang Yuan's plans, but he did not invite Wu Shuai. Wouldn't it be easy to invite this clone of his? But Fang Yuan wanted to hide Wu Shuai and not expose him. The Merman Royal Court actually invited Wu Shuai to the banquet. This had great significance. It seemed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer to the Dragonians. I have the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace after all, but the Merman Imperial Court does not have a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Back then, they established their force because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Over these years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has been declining. It will eventually disappear. The Dragonians are a branch of variant humans. They are indeed natural allies. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. The current merfolk First Elder is truly decisive. Wu Shuai thought about it and pretended to be ignorant. Then this time, did Qi Si Ancestor invite Fang Yuan? In the hall, Tang Qiong shook her head. Qi Si Ancestor said clearly that he would not invite Fang Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. While Fang Yuan is not an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, he will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course. If Qi Si Ancestor invited Fang Yuan, it would be embarrassing for the Celestial Court. This was not because he was afraid of the Celestial Court, but because Fang Yuan cared about the feelings of the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He was not afraid of the Celestial Court, but the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals were. The Celestial Court's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. It was the #1 force in the world after all. It had existed for over 3 million years. If because of the invitation to Fang Yuan, Many Eastern Sigu immortals would feel apprehensive and not attend the banquet that would go against Feng Yuan's original intention. Moreover, Qi Si ancestor had just obtained half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance from Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, if he got close to Feng Yuan, it would be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Tang Qiong observed his expression but did not notice anything. Wu Shuai was an unfathomable person. His expression did not show anything. This suited his identity. Tang Qiong continued to persuade. Senior Wu Shuai, please forgive this junior for speaking so boldly. In my tribe's opinion, Senior and Feng Yuan have reached an agreement and are cooperating. But Senior is a senior. Feng Yuan is Feng Yuan. The two cannot be confused. Feng Yuan is strong, but he is still a human. His identity is special. His actions are ruthless and unfathomable. Dragonmen rule the world, but to truly rise up, we need to rely on ourselves, to become an independent force and rule over an area. Haha, you're right. Wu Shuai smiled and nodded. I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for my Dragonman race to truly emerge. Qi Si ancestor invited many Eastern Sigu immortals, even though he has reached an agreement with the Celestial Court and is currently neutral. But the Celestial Court will not be happy to see such an influential person in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. If I attend the banquet, the Celestial Court will be even more wary. They might even take action. By then, we will not know what attitude Qi Si ancestor will have. Furthermore, according to my status, I am not an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Tang Qiong pondered. According to my tribe's deductions, Qi Si ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator, he will likely remain neutral. He has cooperated with Feng Yuan before, and also reached an agreement with the Celestial Court. If Senior goes, it will be a good opportunity for him to display his stance. He will definitely accept Senior, but his attitude will not be cold or warm. Then let me think about it. Wu Shuai said, All right, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me first. I will take my leave. Seeing Tang Qiong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter, he could see the merfolk's attitude. This was very beneficial to him. He could make use of them. Honestly speaking, he did not want to place too much burden on his main body. For many things, he would rather do his best to resolve them himself. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea. Their attitude was likely the attitude of the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world towards Qi Si ancestor and this grand banquet. This was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Feng Yuan's plan. With just Qi Si ancestor's status, wanting to hold a banquet and unify the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was wishful thinking. It was simply impossible. Longevity Heaven had been established in Northern Plains for so many years, but it had not unified Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Feng Yuan did not have any extravagant hopes. What he wanted to do was influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. When dealing with the Celestial Court in the future, Qi Si ancestors' actions would be an important factor that would influence the decisions of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Before Qi Si ancestors' banquet started, Western Desert's Feng Dichong, who was also Feng Yuan's clone, had already started to do such a thing. Everyone, farewell. Friend Xiao, please take care. Feng Dichong sent off the final Western Desert Gu immortal. A gathering of Western Desert's righteous path had just ended. Feng Dichong cooperated with the main body and led the alliance army of Western Desert's righteous path to defeat the Celestial Court. After the battle, Feng Dichong made use of the time when this battle result was at its strongest to invite all of Western Desert's super forces for a gathering. These fellows. Feng Gong walked out and looked at Xiao Clan's departing figure with an unhappy expression. The outcome of this gathering was not ideal. Many forces had a cold attitude towards Feng Clan. Some even doubted Feng Clan's battle result of defeating the Celestial Court. This was simply a provocation towards Feng Clan. Feng Dichong smiled bitterly. First Supreme Elder, don't be angry. Speaking of which, the Celestial Court retreated safely. Even though they lost a rank 8, it was the result of Thousand Transformations Ancestors battle. The so-called defeat of the Celestial Court was only our propaganda. Our Feng clan rose up too suddenly. We did not have a true victory. Many of these clans are envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bean Palace. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering, from their point of view, our Fong clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders, they only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other super clans did not give Fong clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fong clan did not have a true victory. They could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits. These clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it. Influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fong Dichang said, Humph. When the 5 regions war starts and central continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fong Gong snorted coldly. Fong Dichang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? Chapter 1893. Celestial Court. In the silver-white sky, there were many immortal palaces. In the discussion hall, more than 10 Gu immortals had already gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest level, followed by Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling. Next, by Tsang Shui, Song Yin, Che Wei, Yuan Xiongdu, Zhou Xiong Xin and others arrived. Other than them, there were Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, Princess Impatience, Xing Yiwang, Jun Shengguang and others. These people could not personally participate in the Celestial Court's discussion because they had missions to do. Every once in a while, the members of the Celestial Court would hold a discussion to discuss and express their opinions, reaching some consensus. During normal times, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were in charge of the Celestial Court's political affairs. In the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was the spiritual leader, while Fairy Myrtle held the authority. Before her, it was Heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Yuan Xiongdu, how is the research on second aperture Gu? Duke Long asked. Yuan Xiongdu answered, with Lady Zi Wei's help, I have already unraveled some secrets. We can refine rank 1 to 5 second aperture mortal Gu now. To be honest, Celestial Court's refinement path foundation was even deeper than Lenya sects. In history, there were 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path. Long-hair ancestor was only one of them. The other 2 true inheritances were all taken into Celestial Court's records. And Yuan Xiongdu was the current Celestial Court's refinement path leader. He was extremely talented and had relied on him to repair Fate Gu in the previous life. Together with Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability, with these 3 factors, it was not hard to unravel Fong Yuan's second aperture mortal Gu. Hearing this news, many of the immortals present revealed joyful expressions as they started to discuss. I've heard of this second aperture Gu. It is a good thing. That's right, with a second aperture, a Gu master's battle strength would increase by many times. If we can develop an immortal Gu recipe, it would have a huge significance to Gu immortals. For this, we should all thank Fong Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle's voice was calm as she interrupted. Is Fong Yuan an idiot? When he threw the second aperture Gu to southern border's righteous path, he must have expected that the second aperture Gu's recipe would be cracked. The second aperture had extraordinary significance, but if a Gu master had a second aperture, their cultivation time and energy would be doubled. The demand for cultivation resources will also increase correspondingly. I see. The Gu immortals here were all rank 8 elites. Fairy Myrtle only had to remind them lightly for them to understand immediately. Fong Yuan did it on purpose. He threw out second aperture Gu to extort southern border's righteous path, and also to add fuel to the fire in the future 5 regions' chaotic war. That's right. With the disappearance of the regional walls and the merging of the 5 regions, the number of Gu masters and Gu immortals would not change for the time being, but the second aperture Gu would definitely become popular rapidly. At that time, the demand for resources would double. How would they fill this gap? They can only go around and fight to obtain resources. This demon's intentions are truly sinister and sinister. Yet, we still have to take this bait of our own accord. They had no choice but to swallow it. Celestial Court had obtained second aperture Gu from Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path would also research it, and the other 3 regions would not ignore it. Once a thing like second aperture Gu was spread, it would definitely sweep the world. Like when Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path, even though the entire 5 regions Righteous Path prohibited Blood Path cultivation, there were still countless Blood Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. You can't research and refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu now? Duke Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He rarely spoke, but his words were always to the point, and this time was no exception. Yuan Qiong-du shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still a distance away from deciphering the Immortal Gu recipe. If I have the help of a few refinement path friends at the same level as me, I might be able to quickly decipher it. But currently, my energy is really limited, and I cannot split myself. Yuan Qiong-du was having a hard time. Earlier, after Fong Yuan annexed Langya sect, he wanted to modify Fate Gu's restoration formation. The original formation, because it used Refinement Cauldron as a reference, could not be used for safety reasons. Next, Fong Yuan captured Southern Border's Righteous Path, and Yuan Qiong-du was in charge of refining Fixed Space Gu. Next, Fong Yuan won against Celestial Court in the River of Time, and Celestial Court's Time Path Immortal Gu house was destroyed. Yuan Qiong-du was going to refine Gu crazily again and try to refine some Time Path Immortal Gu. Recently, Qin Dingling woke up and gave Fairy Myrtle a stack of Luck Path Immortal Gu recipes, and Yuan Qiong-du was in charge of the Gu refinement. Gu refinement itself was a dangerous and difficult task, and Fong Yuan even seized the initiative time and time again, causing Yuan Qiong-du to fail miserably in most of his Gu refinement attempts. These last days, he had suffered countless injuries from Gu refinement. If not for Celestial Court's excellent healing methods, he would have died long ago. Next, Yuan Qiong-du needs to prepare for the restoration of Fate Gu. I'm afraid before Fate Gu is completely restored, the Second Aperture Immortal Gu recipe cannot be deciphered. Fairy Myrtle announced regretfully. Duke Long nodded, not saying anything else. Qin Dingling sighed. Without the Second Aperture Immortal Gu recipe, Southern Border's Righteous Path cannot completely break free from Fong Yuan's threat and extortion. Humph. These Southern Border Gu Immortals are a disgrace to the Righteous Path. They were extorted to this extent by Fong Yuan. In the hall, Xing Yi Wang said unhappily. The truth is, Southern Border's Righteous Path has also made some progress. The beacon tower they set up is an Immortal Gu house that we should be wary of. Southern Border's Righteous Path is trying to break free from Fong Yuan. Currently, only Ba Clan, Xia Clan, and a few other clans are still controlled by Fong Yuan because they desire Second Aperture Immortal Gu. But Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and other clans are actively resisting. They are cooperating with our Celestial Court. Jewel Yellow Skies is already suppressing Fong Yuan's businesses on a large scale. I want to remind everyone, there is a hidden force in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world that is worth paying attention to. That is Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created back then. There are many Gu Immortals, including Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. The strongest among them is Lu Wei-yin. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has not entered Celestial Court, he has always been on friendly terms with us. But what is the attitude of Virtue Paradise? We still need to test it out. I have already considered this. Fairy Myrtle spoke. After some time, I will personally go to Virtue Paradise and ask for the Immortal Gu. Heavenly Court needed this Immortal Gu indeed. At the same time, it was also a probe towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Wei-yin's attitude was good, Celestial Court would try to rope in Virtue Paradise and make use of it. After discussing Southern Borders matters, Celestial Court's Immortals started to discuss Western Desert. Because of Fong Yuan's scheme, Western Desert's political situation changed drastically. Fong Clan successfully took control of Divine Bean Palace and defeated Celestial Court's forces, causing Celestial Court's strategy of keeping Western Desert in check to suffer a setback. Fong Clan has the capital to rise up indeed. But the crucial factor in this rise is this man, Fong Clan's second supreme elder, Fong Dichong. This person is ambitious. He is a formidable character. He has already allied with a group of Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for our provocation and successful obstruction, Fong Clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chun-Yi is dead, we cannot take out a worthy Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we take back Divine Bean Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fong Dichong. It will be difficult. This person is very crafty and vigilant. After obtaining Divine Bean Palace, he almost never comes out. Fong clan's first supreme elder is Fong Gong. What is his impression of Fong Dichong? Fong Gong and Fong Dichong have a close relationship. There is no conflict between them. We cannot make a move for now. Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed for a while before deciding to send more troops to Western Desert. Even though Celestial Court lost Wei Feng, most of their troops were still around. Their main forces were not destroyed. Back then, Celestial Court sent troops here because Feng Yuan used the natural tributary of the River of Time to escape. To block it, Celestial Court set up an immortal formation at the tributary of the River of Time. Later, they found out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was weak, so they sent more troops. Celestial Court's plan to deal with Feng Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor was severely thwarted, but they did not give up. After discussing, they decided to send a portion of the River of Time's Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses to reinforce them at the crucial moment through the natural tributary of the River of Time. And their main target this time was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Fong family. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal. While Fong clan was a righteous path member, they were gradually influencing the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. If they allowed this to develop, Western Desert's righteous path would become a bigger threat to Celestial Court. Fong clan took away Divine Bean Palace. This meant that Fong clan and Celestial Court could not reconcile. Thus, it was reasonable for Celestial Court to focus on Fong clan. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's political situation is also changing. Qi Si ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. What is his intention? Not long ago, Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long came to an agreement not to help Fong Yuan anymore. This person seems to be neutral, but we cannot let our guard down. We already have eyes and ears in this Eastern Sea banquet. By then, we will know what Qi Si ancestor is planning. Duke Long spoke again at this time. Qi Si ancestor has extraordinary strength. He is not inferior to me. My personal opinion is to try to rope him in. At least, before Fate Gu is repaired. This will reduce the threat to Celestial Court. Duke Long's words made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel gloomy. Eastern Sea had a Qi Si ancestor who could match Duke Long in battle strength. This was unacceptable to the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. After discussing Eastern Sea's matters, it was Northern Plains' turn. Any movement of Northern Plains' longevity heaven was something that Celestial Court paid attention to. Among the four regions, Celestial Court was most wary of Northern Plains. Northern Plains' political situation had always been influenced by Celestial Court, especially the cooperation between Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Celestial Court. It was a huge success. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the biggest obstacle. After the discussion of Northern Plains matters, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Right now, we have 5-time path immortal Gu houses, but we cannot find any traces of Red Lotus Stone Island. Is there a way to improve it? However, the Celestial Court's immortals did not have any good ideas. After all, these Stone Lotus Islands were personally arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Qin Dingling also shook her head. In terms of luck path, we already have a Tao Guardian like Feng Jioga. His luck is too strong. If even he cannot do it, I am also helpless. Duke Long was silent, feeling slightly disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was the Celestial Court's biggest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Feng Yuan, and Dragon Palace could not compare to the threat of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But there was no choice. Celestial Court had already tried their best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was a huge success. Unfortunately, they were still far from finding Red Lotus Stone Island. There was silence in the discussion hall. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling also showed surprise on their faces. Finally, the remaining Celestial Court's Gu immortals became excited. This news is very sudden. A Red Lotus Stone Island has appeared in the River of Time. Gu Lu Ru has already confirmed it. The Red Lotus Stone Island is genuine. It cannot be faked. We have finally found a Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we obtain one of them, we might be able to find the remaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing. We must obtain the true inheritance. Also, be careful of Fong Yuan. The celestial court's Gu immortals had solemn expressions. That's right. This commotion cannot be hidden from him for long. By then, he will definitely appear. Chapter 1894. Eastern Sea. East of the bumpy sea area, west of the barbecue islands, there was a huge and unique sea area, Chi Sea. There was no seawater in Chi Sea, but countless Chi currents interweaved and intertwined, forming countless Chi whirlpools. In the remote antiquity era, Chi Sea had a supreme status in the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. At that time, Chi Path was extremely prosperous. It was the main path of Gu cultivation. Other paths were unorthodox. Everything else was low-grade. Only Chi Path was high-grade. Chi Sea's scale was even larger. There was a universe inside it. Countless Chi currents moved within. They were born and destroyed continuously. At that time, Chi Sea was the #1 Chi Path resource point in the 5 regions. Time passed quickly. The world changed. Chi Path declined. Chi Sea's scale also continued to shrink. By now, Chi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size. The Chi currents inside were pure water Chi. Only at the center, there were still other types of immortal material Chi currents. Chi Sea went from being visited by countless immortals to almost no one cared about it. It mostly contained water Chi. But which sea area in the huge Eastern Sea did not have water Chi? Water Chi was easy to extract. Why would Gu immortals need to come all the way to Chi Sea to collect it? Even if they wanted to find other immortal material Chi currents, it was too risky to explore the center of Chi Sea. It was better to directly purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, when I organize the Eastern Sea Banquet, Chi Sea will definitely become famous in the 5 regions again. Fong Yuan's main body sat on a cloud, looking down at the Chi Sea area below him. Looking down from above, Chi Sea was light blue in color. Countless Chi currents surged and rumbled. It was a stark contrast to the sparkling deep blue sea water. Back then, Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Xiang created unlimited Chi Sea killer move. To a certain extent, it was inspired by this Chi Sea. Fong Yuan was called Chi Sea Ancestor. It was not a random title. He had already made ample considerations behind the scenes. For example, which part of Eastern Sea was Chi Sea Ancestor's secluded residence? Fong Yuan chose Chi Sea as his secluded residence. Almost no one cared about this place. Few Gu immortals came to explore it, but it was very compatible with Chi Sea Ancestor's Chi Path. It was reasonable if he said it out loud. Wu Shuai, the dragonoid clone, sent a message from the center of the Chi Sea. The formation is ready. This banquet was very important to Fong Yuan, so he had prepared a lot. Not only did Fong Yuan send Wu Shuai over, but he also set up a grand array in the center of his Chi Sea. This formation was a Chi Path formation. Fong Yuan's Time Path clone relied on his Chi Path Great Grandmaster Attainment, Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment, and the Light of Wisdom to deduce this after a month. In the center of the Chi Sea, countless streams of air surged and shuttled back and forth. The environment was quite dangerous. It was extremely difficult to set up an immortal array in such a place. However, it was still not a problem for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was not lacking in array Dao, and he had plenty of resources on hand. Moreover, he did not aim for the level of the 9 consecutive unceasing array. Instead, he was very pragmatic and pursued cost-effectiveness. Fong Yuan's main body sent out his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed his eyes to rest. This banquet was of great significance to him. He was using the world as a chessboard, arranging his chess pieces and guiding the general trend. However, this was not so easy. In Southern Border, Fong Yuan's influence was already low. Wu Yong was actively trying to establish connections. His political skills were superb. Fong Yuan could not stop him. In Western Desert, even though Fong Clan was rising, their influence still needed time to spread. At the same time, be it the Celestial Court or the other Western Desert forces, they all had different thoughts. Fong Dicheng's clone had a long way to go. Central Continent had the Celestial Court. It was almost impenetrable, like an iron bucket. Back then, Shadow Sect planted Zombie Alliance, and Defy had already been destroyed by Fairy Myrtle. In Northern Plains, Fengyuan and Chu Du were the closest, but it did not affect the overall situation. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had not awakened yet, Longevity Heaven was gradually exerting its power. This was not a place where Fengyuan could interfere. Thus, Eastern Sea became an important part of Fengyuan's plan. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources. If it succeeded, the 5 regions would merge, and Fengyuan would be able to use this influence to influence the other 4 regions. 15 minutes later, Fengyuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sky as he muttered, "They are here?" An immortal goo house flew over from the sky. It seemed slow, but was actually very fast. The immortal goo house stopped as a young girl with bright eyes walked out. She wore a long dress with pink clouds embroidered on it. Hua Clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yun pays respects to Qi Si ancestor. Hua Kai Yun had rank 8 cultivation level. She had a respectful attitude. Next, several Hua Clan Goo immortals walked out of Hua Clan's immortal goo house and greeted Fengyuan. "It is not the appointed time yet. You came early, please take a seat." Fengyuan waved his hand. Qi currents gathered on his right hand, forming a cloud. Hua Kai-yun kept the immortal goo house into her immortal aperture. She sat down while the other Hua clan goo immortals stood behind her. "This junior is meeting ancestor for the first time. I am very excited. This is a small gift from Hua clan. Please accept it, ancestor," Hua Kai-yun said as the goo immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Fengyuan looked over. This was a lump of qi that resembled a ball. It was held in the hands of the Hua clan goo immortal. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this qi lump. There was heavy rain at times. It was sunny at times, and snow was falling at other times. Fengyuan's eyes shined with bright light. He recognized it. This was a rare rank 9 heaven qi lump. Heaven qi and earth qi were the source qi of all beings. They were very ordinary. Fengyuan would sometimes open his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture. These things expended heaven and earth qi. It was a huge burden to the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, after Fengyuan annexed Qi Xianggrado heaven, his qi path Dao marks increased sharply. His immortal aperture produced a lot of heaven qi and earth qi. This burden was greatly reduced. But the heaven qi that Fengyuan's sovereign immortal aperture absorbed or produced were all ordinary goo materials. It was just that the quantity was huge. They could not even be considered immortal materials. If heaven qi became an immortal material, it would condense into a lump and could not be separated easily. Its value would rise sharply. Ordinary heaven qi could not compare to it. The simplest use of immortal material heaven qi was to scatter it. Many goo immortals used it like this. They would buy such a lump of heaven qi from jewel yellow skies and scatter it in their immortal aperture, forming lightning, wind, frost, and other weather changes. This weather would last for some time. It would affect the goo immortal's resource points or immortal apertures. Jewel yellow skies usually sold rank 6 or 7 heaven qi. Rank 8 immortal material heaven qi was already very rare, and rank 9 heaven qi was hard to come by. Jewel yellow skies might not even appear once in 1,000 years. Hua Kai-yun gave a portion of rank 9 heaven to Fengyuan. It was because of her sincerity, and also because Hua clan was most proficient in Cloud Path. They were proficient in exploring both black and white heaven. It showed their deep foundation. Almost at the same time, in the river of time, for immortal goo houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion had openings on all sides. It had a simple structure. It moved by walking on the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and elegant. The orange-yellow eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The light of the autumn sun was divided into 3 layers, covering the surface of the immortal goo houses. Shark flow lever was snow-white like jade. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. Moment stage was rank 8. There was a spiral of stone stairs outside. It reached the highest point in the inner area. There was a red brick building with green tiles. The 4 immortal goo houses were carrying Celestial Court and Central Continent's goo immortals. They were all moving towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Inside present and past pavilion, a rank 8 Gu immortal was standing, looking at the surging river outside the pavilion. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. He had a gentle aura. He was carefree and elegant. His gaze was deep as he tried to comprehend something. This person was Fengjiaga. During this period of time, I have been observing the river of time. I have seen the rise and fall of the world. I have seen the rise and fall of the past and present. Fate is like a tidal wave, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. The profundity of it cannot be described. I can only sing about it. Fengjiaga had been comprehending Destiny Song all along. Different from the previous life. After Feng Yuan's rebirth, Fengjiaga's destiny changed a lot. In Langya Blessed Land, he was defeated by Feng Yuan and sent away by Chunyi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He gained inspiration for Destiny Song. This was much earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some inspiration, Fengjiaga came to the River of Time. He grasped this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Fengjiaga could use present and past pavilion to observe certain lives and scenes from the past. This was a huge help to his comprehension of Destiny Gu. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than in the previous life during the Fate War in Central Continent. My Destiny Song has already described the destinies of countless lives. But the destinies of Venerables cannot be described in detail. Last time in Celestial Court, when I looked at Reckless Savage's blood skin, I had an unfathomable feeling. I hope that this Stone Lotus Island can give me an opportunity to compose Destiny Song. We are here. It is here. Stone Lotus Island, Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal Gu houses stopped, and above the Stone Lotus Island, Eternal Yacht was already floating. Eternal Yacht was the first immortal Gu house to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu immortals on it immediately informed Celestial Court. Thus, the 5 houses gathered. Fengjiaga looked over with anticipation. Gu Lu Ru, who was in moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of generations of Celestial Court was not in vain. Countless years of hard work has finally paid off. Gu Lu Ru sighed internally. He had experienced many hardships in his life. His lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed. He had a cold personality, but right now, he was showing all sorts of emotions. There was excitement, pride, and sorrow. Taking in a deep breath, Gu Lu Ru calmed down completely. He sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shining with cold light as he calmly ordered, "Start setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. I will lead moment stage. Fengjiaga will lead present and past pavilion to defend this place. Eternal Yacht will go to the tributary and receive our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform will patrol the surroundings. Report to me immediately if anything happens." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.